Chapter 1355. Shang Guanhong wanted to retort when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt that it was difficult for him to even breathe. A terrifying battle intent instantly filled the entire high platform. Shang Guanhong felt like he was a person who couldn't swim and was about to suffocate. An immense fear rose in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Above his head, there was a giant sword shining with golden light. The dazzling light seemed to have come from the scarlet sun. The terrifying heat continued to spread, and the entire high platform seemed to be burning. What's going on? Is that a martial soul? It doesn't look like a martial soul. Is it some kind of move? The crowd was discussing among themselves, but no one could tell what Ling Xiao was doing. Shang Guanhong, how dare a piece of trash like you threaten me in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda? To be honest, if you hadn't escaped quickly enough, I would have pierced through your mouth. You keep calling me a piece of trash. Very well, I'll use this sword to show you that you're even more useless than a piece of trash. The 10th light, profound meaning, divine sword of light. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the divine sword above his head. At that moment, his aura skyrocketed once again, as if it was about to break through the clouds. Shang Guanhong actually felt incomparable fear and trembling. Shang Guanhong didn't just feel like he was about to suffocate. He also felt like his body was about to be sliced into pieces by something. Only he, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, could truly feel that terror. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Feng Shidao? Invincible below the second Grotto Heaven realm? I don't know where you got the guts to say that. You've already lost to me since the day you joined Qingshu College and left to join the Phoenix Academy. You've lost your firm martial will, and you've already lost the most important quality of a powerhouse. Your defeat is just fate. It's a little unfair to call you a shameless traitor, but I think it's very appropriate to call you a cowardly deserter. You called me a coward, but you're the real coward. You're so cowardly that it makes one's hair stand on end. Ling Xiao's words were sometimes sharper than a blade. Every stab was aimed at Shang Guanhong's weak spot. Ling Xiao was right. He was a coward. On the day he came to the imperial capital, he was such a proud young man. He once claimed that he could lead Qingshu College to prosperity. However, a month later, a small setback made him lose his courage completely. He lost to the celebrity, Huang Zi, and after that, he became completely timid and weak. He chose to be a deserter. He left Qingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. Everything Ling Xiao said was right. Raise your head. At this moment, I hope that you can receive my sword in a fair and square manner. Don't let others look down on you. Ling Xiao did not like to defeat someone who had completely lost their will to fight. What he needed was to defeat the strongest Shang Guanhong. Only then would it be meaningful. He had never used the 10th profound meaning before. Today was his first time using it. Even though he didn't use a sword, its power was still overwhelming. Shang Guanhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Why? Why am I inferior to you? You were threatened by them too, right? That's right. I was threatened by them too. Ling Xiao said calmly, but those who tried to threaten me reaped what they sowed. I have always believed that the Clear Void Academy is not inferior to the Divine Phoenix Academy. This point can be seen from my few friends. I'll say something you don't like to hear. The current you can't even compare to my junior, Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Shang Guanhong laughed crazily. You're right. I'm a coward. My arrogant behavior is just to cover up my cowardice. Today, I won't be a coward anymore. Even if I know that I can't defeat you, I'll still receive your attack. He was enlightened. He was enlightened. Actually, everyone had a dark history. Ling Xiao was no exception. When he was weak, he also chose to be a coward. However, it was crucial to choose between being unable to extricate oneself from the dark history and standing up bravely. Shang Guanhong made his choice. His powerful aura continued to rise as he released his terrifying power. The rainbow bridge and the heavy rain merged into one. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let me see exactly how powerful this sword strike of yours is. Let me know that my choice is wrong and yours is right. Shang Guanhong roared. Slash. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. The divine radiance sword in his hand slashed down heavily. At that moment, everyone temporarily lost their vision. The light was too dazzling. It was not just pure light, but a terrifying light that had merged with the domain of elemental energy. Shang Guanhong squinted his eyes. His rainbow martial soul also erupted with a rainbow light, resisting Ling Zhao's divine radiance sword. His opponent was the sun, while his was the rainbow. Although the light was not as bright as his opponent, he would never admit defeat. Ling Zhao had awakened him. On the path of martial arts, once one admitted defeat and lowered one's head, one would become weak even if one kept one's life. This included one's martial soul, martial skills, and everything else. Rainbow-colored sky, tempest. Shang Guanhong did not retreat. The terrifying violent rain mixed with the rainbow light rushed towards Ling Zhao. Even if he could not defeat him, he had to fight. Otherwise, he would lose even more miserably. Chi. The stronger martial artists squinted their eyes and looked at the sky. The entire sky was in an extremely strange situation. On one side, there was a violent rain and a rainbow light. On the other side, there was a blazing sun that burned the sky. The terrifying scene turned the square into a doomsday scene. When the violent rain and the blazing sun met, they instantly turned into steam and disappeared. The terrifying sword light was devouring Shang Guanhong's attack. The scene was really strange and terrifying. Is this Ling Zhao's sword Dao? What kind of realm is this? Ji Luoyu's small hand grabbed the table leg, her body trembling slightly. Back in the city of Sin, she had seen Ling Zhao fight. But at that time, although Ling Zhao was powerful, he was only at the 10 Directions heaven level. However, in less than half a year, Ling Zhao's cultivation was already on par with hers, and the combat power he displayed was even stronger than hers. This guy, how did he cultivate? Ji Luoyu gritted her teeth and was very unconvinced. Luoyu, now you understand your master's painstaking efforts. Although you are talented, you only know how to play and waste too much time. Although your master did not expect you to be surpassed by Ling Zhao, it is still within my expectations. Medicine King Sunbu sighed and said, Child, with your talent, as long as you are willing, Master can concoct the best medicinal pills to help you improve. It won't take long. On the day of the Longhu selection, your cultivation will be able to reach the next level. Disciple understands. Ji Luoyu bit her lips. She now had a thought that she must not be surpassed by Ling Zhao. Chapter 1356. With their mouths wide open, everyone gasped for air as if they were short of oxygen. It was all because of that terrifying and dazzling sword strike. How terrifying was that sword strike? It was completely unforgettable. That sword strike came from Ling Zhao, a martial artist who was only at the 9th firmament of the celestial realm half a year ago. Today, with that sword strike, he completely defeated the arrogant 2nd Grotto Heaven realm genius, Shang Guanhong. Before Ling Zhao made his move, most people would not have thought of such an outcome. They thought that Ling Zhao was no match for Shang Guanhong. Even Feng Shidao, who was defeated by Ling Zhao, thought that Shang Guanhong was stronger. However, that sword strike was a slap to many people's faces. Miserable screams echoed in the imperial capital square, causing people to tremble. One of Shang Guanhong's arms was chopped off. As it fell, it melted completely and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Ling Zhao showed mercy. He had originally planned to kill Shang Guanhong, but Shang Guanhong's sudden repentance made him change his mind. He only cut off one of his arms. Shang Guanhong looked at his chopped-off arm in disbelief. The wound was already charred, and the blood had stopped flowing. Why did you let me go? You know that I wanted you dead. He really did not believe that he was still alive. Rumor had it that Ling Zhao was a demon who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It was almost impossible for anyone to survive under his hands. Ling Zhao withdrew his battle intent and smiled. Because you repented, you saved yourself. I don't think I need to say more about your future path. There's still some time before the Longhu selection. I believe that you will become stronger. But if I return to Qingshu College now, will the people there still accept me? Will the people of Phoenix Academy spare me? Shang Guanhong asked. You can't expect me to be your babysitter. What you've done will definitely be hated by others. Therefore, there are some consequences that you have to bear. I can only say that I won't despise you. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you in the academy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "That's all I have to say. You're on your own now." Shang Guanhong lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her head and said, "I want to go back. The teachers in Qingshu College treat me well, especially senior sister Mingkong and Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Even if they scold me to death, I will accept it. Now, I just want to be like you and be myself. If anyone from the Phoenix Academy wants to come, I'll accompany them to the end." Good, that's a proud man. What Ling Xiao didn't say was that as long as Shang Guanhong sincerely returned to Qingshu College, he would help if the Phoenix Academy sent someone stronger than Shang Guanhong to cause trouble. After all, he was the one who persuaded Shang Guanhong to return. The crowd couldn't seem to close their mouths. If the fact that Ling Xiao had defeated Shang Guanhong in such an arrogant manner was already enough to shock them, then Ling Xiao's arrogance had already shocked them. However, the fact that Shang Guanhong didn't hate Ling Xiao after losing an arm and even agreed to return to Qingshu College shocked them even more. Shang Guanhong was now a member of the Phoenix Academy. Although there were no rules that forbade him from leaving, would the Phoenix Academy let him go so easily? Shang Guanhong, you have to think carefully. Leaving the Phoenix Academy isn't as easy as leaving Qingshu College. You have to pay a price. Jia Tianfeng looked coldly at Shang Guanhong and said, "That's right. It's easy to join the Phoenix Academy, but it's not so easy to leave." Kongming added, "What a joke. That's how you threatened me in the past. I admitted defeat because I lost to Ji Mingxing. I've already been a coward once. This time, I won't be afraid anymore. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can climb over my head just because I lost to Ling Xiao. Come and fight me if you dare." Shang Guanhong looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kongming domineeringly and shouted, "You mean, the two of us?" Jia Tianfeng and Kongming looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. "That's right. Both of you come at me together. If I lose, not only will I give up my position as the Phoenix, but I'll also commit suicide on the spot." Shang Guanhong said loudly. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming glanced at Ling Xiao. They were full of fear for Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I won't interfere." Ling Xiao turned around and walked down the stage slowly. Next, it was Shang Guanhong's turn to perform. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming were really stupid. Shang Guanhong did lose to Ling Xiao, but Shang Guanhong's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he faced an ordinary third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he wouldn't be afraid. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming might be strong, but they had just stepped into the second Grotto Heaven Realm. If Ling Xiao wasn't wrong, this battle wouldn't take long. Impossible. In just a few breaths. In just 2 moves. Before Ling Xiao returned to his seat, Jia Tianfeng and Kongming had already flown down the stage. "2 pieces of trash. How dare you threaten me? Do you really think you're Ling Xiao?" Shang Guanhong only had 1 arm left, but he seemed to be stronger than before. This was because he had learned a lot from the battle with Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, he definitely benefited a lot. Looking at Jia Tianfeng and Kongming who had fallen to the ground, the crowd was stirred up again. In front of Shang Guanhong, Feng Shidao was defeated. Jia Tianfeng was defeated. Kongming was also defeated. And Jia Tianfeng and Kongming had teamed up. However, Ling Xiao easily won and broke Shang Guanhong's arm, making Shang Guanhong worship him even more. How strong was Ling Xiao? There was probably no need to think too much about the position of the Phoenix today. It would definitely be Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong. Ha, good. Our divine Phoenix Empire is really full of talents. Today, we hereby announce that Shang Guanhong is the 9th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Rainbow Phoenix. Ji Luoyu is the 10th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Falling Rain Phoenix. Fengming Wuliang stood up and announced the result of the battle for the Phoenix. That's not right. The crowd was in an uproar. Ling Xiao is clearly the strongest. Why isn't he the Phoenix? Instead, Ji Luoyu was conferred the position of Phoenix? This isn't fair. That's right. How can the monarch make such a judgment? It's too disappointing. Hearing the discussions below the stage, Foaming Woolyang chuckled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. The reason why we didn't confer the title of Dragon King Ling Xiao as Phoenix is because we know he won't accept it. So that's the case. Ling Xiao is indeed arrogant and shouldn't be willing to be restrained." "That makes sense. I think it's **T. Ling Xiao's voice covered all the discussions. He looked coldly at Foaming Woolyang and said, "Whether I accept it or not, that's my business. Whether you confer the title or not, that's your business. Don't mix the two together. Even if I don't accept it, you should still ask me and ask for my opinion. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Favoritism is favoritism. Why do you need to flatter yourself?" Chapter 1357. That's right. Even if he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it, he should still ask. Directly bestowing the title to another person. Isn't he looking down on Ling Xiao too much? That's right. No wonder he's angry. The monarch is really muddle-headed in this matter. I've long heard that the monarch and Ling Xiao are like fire and water. He's clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. I'm afraid that the monarch won't last long. Discussions once again sounded in the crowd, all because of Ling Xiao's words. Then, Ji Luoyu suddenly stood up and said, "Reporting to your majesty, I'm also unable to accept the title of Luoyu Phoenix Sun. I'm not as good as Shangguan Hong, and I'm even worse than Ling Xiao. If I receive this title, I'll only be ridiculed by others." Foaming Woolyang's expression was very interesting. Anger, displeasure, and depression. He didn't think that Ji Luoyu would not give him face in front of everyone, because he didn't know that when they were in the city of Sin, Ji Luoyu was already very impressed with Ling Xiao during the pill refining conference. Today, seeing that Ling Xiao was wronged, how could she not speak up? Good. Lady Luoyu is indeed the disciple of the medicine king Sun Sa. Such magnanimity is really rare. Since that's the case, the position of the 10th Phoenix Sun will be bestowed to Ling Xiao. What title should I give him? Foaming Woolyang smiled. Although this smile was a little awkward, this guy was after all a big shot. That little bit of awkwardness quickly disappeared. Forget it. I've never liked food given out by others. Do you really think that I'll care for things given out by others? Ling Xiao looked at Foaming Woolyang with disdain and said, "Divine Phoenix Empire's 10th Phoenix Sun? Hee. Foaming Woolyang, listen up. Today, I'll leave my words here. Your so-called 10th Phoenix Sun. I'll defeat them one by one. I'll let you know that a person's strength isn't because he received a title, but because he's really strong. It was just like how you were unwilling to give General Jining any reinforcements, but he was able to defend Northern Desert City. Don't think too highly of yourself. To put it bluntly, you're just a temporary representative chosen by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. Do you want to be the emperor forever? Don't lose your integrity in the end." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the crowd fell silent. Ling Xiao was simply too daring. He actually dared to teach Foaming Woolyang a lesson in front of so many people? They still dared to disregard the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Suns? If senior brother Ling doesn't want the position of Huangzi, I, Shangguan Hong, don't care either. Shangguan Hong said loudly. Medicine King Sun Bu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. He could see that Foaming Woolyang really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Foaming's temper, it was absolutely impossible for him to not make a move until now. It seemed that he had to adjust his strategy to avoid a direct confrontation with Ling Xiao. How dare you? Is the position of Huangzi something that you can take whenever you want it? Standing beside Foaming Woolyang was a strong man. Compared to the bodyguard who appeared at Ji Mingxing's residence back then, he was much stronger. Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It seemed that Foaming Woolyang also felt the strength of his enemy, so the bodyguard he brought out was even stronger. After all, he couldn't just personally attack every time he met someone. Is there a rule that states that the position of Huangzi must be accepted? Shangguan Hong asked coldly. Here, other than a few absolute experts, there was also Ling Xiao. He didn't fear anyone at all, including this Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. How dare you? I think your mind has been disturbed by that Ling Xiao, and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The martial artist beside Fengming Wuyang said with a gloomy face. You can try and see who exactly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shang Guanhong sneered. You haven't fought with Ling Xiao before, so you'll never know how powerful he is. His mouth is quite fierce. If you have the ability, then make a move. Courting death. The sound of air being torn apart burst out. That third Grotto Heaven Realm bodyguard held a sharp dagger in his hand, turned into a resplendent dagger light, and stabbed towards Shang Guanhong. Boom! An intense collision exploded in the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on Shang Guanhong's face. Compared to Ling Xiao, you are simply a piece of trash. You have a cultivation base, but you don't know how to use it. I will definitely defeat you in 10 moves. The two's battle practically didn't land on the ground, completely unfolding in the sky. 2 moves, 3 moves, 7 moves, 8 moves. Shang Guanhong became braver as he fought, but that bodyguard became more alarmed the more he fought. Shang Guanhong was right. He thought that Shang Guanhong wasn't his match at all. After all, Shang Guanhong lost to Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation. However, after these 8 moves, he discovered that he was unable to break through Shang Guanhong's strange and unpredictable defense at all. Not to mention injuring the other party, he didn't even have the chance to touch the other party. How did Ling Xiao do it? This bodyguard's heart was filled with bewilderment. However, there wasn't much time left for him. Shang Guanhong's face revealed a cold smile. Next move, I'll defeat you. 7-colored sacred arrow. Although it was the same move, the power was increased, but the key was in the way the move was executed. Previously, Shang Guanhong's 7-colored sacred arrow was aimed at the enemy's vital points. However, the vital points were usually the places that martial artists paid the most attention to protecting, so it wasn't easy to succeed. So now, he was aiming at the enemy's flaws. He didn't have Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial spirit, nor did he have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, but he had the rainbow martial spirit. Every rainbow light could help him capture the enemy's moves and analyze the flaws from them. The reason why he wanted to use the 9th move was that he could already determine what the opponent's flaws were. The sharp arrow shot out and instantly broke through the bodyguard's defense, heading straight for his throat. However, at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the arrow. Shang Guanhong is indeed talented, but you're looking down on the royal family too much. The person who made the move turned out to be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons, Fengming Wushan. He grabbed the arrow and slapped it towards Shang Guanhong, who was in midair. His speed and angle were perfect. Shang Guanhong felt that he couldn't avoid it at all. Fengming Wushan was indeed a guy who ranked in the upper middle of the 10 Phoenix Sons. He was indeed powerful. His little life was finished. At this moment, he didn't regret his decision. He just felt that Fengming Wushan was really shameless. He wanted to fight with all his strength. Even if he died, he couldn't back down. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice sounded. Is it the style of the royal family to casually intervene in other people's battles? Haha, I've learned that this style is the so-called shamelessness. Bang! Another crashing sound was heard. The one who blocked Fengming Wushan was Ling Xiao. The two of them retreated 5 or 6 steps at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. Fengming Wushan was surprised that Ling Xiao's strength could actually block his palm. Ling Xiao was surprised that Fengming Wushan was so powerful, and he was only the 7th Golden Phoenix Son. How strong were the monsters in front of him? Chapter 1358. However, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and excited after the initial shock. The stronger the enemy, the greater his motivation. Otherwise, without an opponent, there would be no motivation to cultivate. You're good. Fengming Wushan smiled. You're good too. Ling Xiao also smiled. Although you're good, you can only take one of my palms at most. You can't even beat me. How are you going to challenge the other 6 phoenixes? Are you going to rely on that mouth of yours? Fengming Wushan changed the topic. Although you're good too, you're just passable. With your strength, you're still no match for me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Ling Xiao stood there, his battle intent suddenly erupting. Fighting with Shang Guanhong was really not satisfying enough. He believed that only by fighting with Fengming Wushan would he be able to truly unleash his potential. Perhaps, he would break through because of this. After all, he still had a strong move that he had yet to use. Have we been out of touch for too long? Shang Guanhong can defeat a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It's already ridiculous enough. Ling Xiao can actually take one of Golden Phoenix's palms. How strong is he? Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely emotional. Perhaps Qingshu College is really going to rise. At least this time, Ling Xiao, Shang Guanhong, and that Long Chun will be able to stand out in the Longhu selection. If Hai Myung Ko can recover, they might also be able to get a ranking. Yes, the entire Qingshu College seems to have come alive as soon as Ling Xiao returned. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao just came back and killed the Celebrity Phoenix and Heavenly Rock Phoenix. Now, he took one of the palms of Golden Phoenix, who is ranked 7th. His strength really makes people look forward to it. Just now, he said that he wants to challenge all the 10 Phoenixes. Although he's a little arrogant, I think those who are ranked at the bottom will be worried. Although Ling Xiao brought a great impact to everyone, most people were more optimistic about the few monsters ranked at the top of the 10 Phoenixes. After all, those people had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven Realm a long time ago, while Ling Xiao had only just broken through. What's more, including the Golden Phoenix's son, Fengming and Wu Shan. Each of these 7 people had their own unique martial soul and bloodline power. They were double innate martial artists. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was still somewhat lacking. Today, Ling Xiao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by Fengming Wu Shan's palm. They directly ignored the fact that Fengming Wu Shan had also taken 5 or 6 steps back. They probably thought that Fengming Wu Shan had deliberately retreated, afraid that Shang Guanhong would sneak attack him. Of course, there was one point of view that everyone agreed on. That was, Ling Xiao was definitely the most talented and promising young man of this era. He was only 17. Among the 10 Phoenix sons, the youngest was Piao Shui, who was already 18 years old. The rest were already 20 years old. If Ling Xiao was given enough time, he might really be able to challenge the 10 great Phoenixes. But would Ling Xiao have the time? Many people had this question. Ling Xiao provoked the 10 great Phoenixes today and humiliated the emperor, Fengming Wu Liang. Could he still live for so long? Of course, if someone knew what happened last night in the wilderness leading to Qingshu College, they would not think so. There was no so-called politeness between Ling Xiao and Fengming Wu Liang. The conflict between the two of them was already known to the world. Ling Xiao did not give Fengming Wu Liang face, and Fengming Wu Liang acquiesced to his son's sneak attack on Ling Xiao. The hatred between them could no longer be resolved. It would be great if I could see the battle between the Golden Phoenix and Ling Xiao today. The crowd looked at the sky. In the void, Fengming Wu Shan and Ling Xiao stood opposite each other. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was very strong. However, Fengming Wu Shan did not seem to have the intention to fight with Ling Xiao. You know, I'm not a combative person. Fengming Wu Shan smiled. You're afraid. You're afraid that you'll lose. Ling Xiao did not give Fengming Wu Shan a chance to step down. And when you sneak attacked Shang Guanhong just now, you didn't seem like a combative person at all. I'm afraid? Haha, I'm just disdainful. My cultivation is much stronger than yours. Even if I win, it's reasonable. It won't do me any good. Fengming Wu Shan was still very indifferent. This guy was worthy of being Fengming Qi, Shan's think tank. He knew how to talk and was very tolerant. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Just as he said, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was reasonable for him to win, but if he failed miserably, it would be a joke. In the end, you don't dare to fight. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and then withdrew his fighting spirit. It doesn't matter if you don't fight today. I'll see what excuses you can find during the Longhu selection. Let's go. Although he really wanted to have a good fight with Fengming Wu Shan, if Fengming Wu Shan was not willing to fight, he could not take the initiative to attack. There was nothing to be happy about if he won against a person who had no fighting spirit. He leaped away. Shangguan Hong, Cold Plum, Moon Lady, and the other disciples of Qingshu College also followed behind. After this battle, Ling Xiao's reputation could be said to have soared. It was more exciting than killing the celebrities Huangzi and Tianpeng Huangzi. The disciples of Qingshu College were especially happy. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become the key to the rise of Qingshu College. Fengming Wushan landed on the high platform and looked at Ling Xiao's back. He suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, in my eyes, you are at most a toad that is slightly stronger than an ant. If you can survive before the Dragon Phoenix selection, I can let you know what fear is. He did not whisper these words, but said it in front of everyone present. Everyone understood the meaning of these words. There were clearly two meanings. One of them was that he looked down on Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was only slightly stronger than an ant. The other meaning was that someone had already targeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not survive until the day of the Longhu selection. Wushan, it's fortunate that you came today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one can suppress Ling Xiao. Don't be fooled by his provocation in front of you. It's just a bluff. How would he dare to fight with you? Fengming Wuliang said with a smile. Your Majesty is right. People say that he took my palm, but in fact, they don't know that I only used 60% of my strength. I just wanted to teach Shangwan Hong a lesson. It's not strange that Ling Xiao blocked it. Fengming Wushan bowed and said, Ling Xiao is really a frog at the bottom of the well. It's ridiculous. I'm afraid that he will lose to Ying Tianxia, the son of Thunder Eagle, who is ranked 8th. If the two princes fight, he is not worth mentioning. Yes, he is just a human from the Tianlong continent. The Jianghu that he sees is only the size of a palm. Naturally, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But do you really want to fight with him? Fengming Wuliang asked. Chapter 1359. Are you really going to fight that narrow-minded kid? Fengming Wuliang asked. There's no need. I've already looked for Ying Tianxia. Your Majesty also knows that Ying Tianxia is a man who wholeheartedly pursues martial arts but abhors evil. After hearing about Ling Xiao's matter, he went to the Qingshu Academy. It won't be long before Ling Xiao falls into his hands. Ying Tianxia was the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist and the 8th Thunder Eagle Phoenix. Shangguan Hong had wanted to challenge him, but he chose to give up in the end. Even such a proud person dared not provoke Ying Tianxia. That was because Ying Tianxia was a martial arts fanatic, a person who had truly trained his martial arts to perfection. In short, Ying Tianxia was very powerful, much more powerful than Shangguan Hong. Because of this, Fengming Wushan felt that even if Ying Tianxia could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least frustrate Ling Xiao's spirit. At the same time, he could also exhaust Ling Xiao. In this way, it would be easier to carry out some of his plans. Ying Tianxia did go to Qingshu College and said, If Ling Xiao has the guts, come and fight with me, Ying Tianxia. I'll be there any time. Then, he simply left. However, a terrifying eagle claw mark was left on the scene. This mark was directly imprinted on a huge rock outside Qingshu College. This huge rock was often used by the disciples of Qingshu College to test their palm strength. Because of its strange material, ordinary palm strength could not hurt it at all. The disciples were proud to be able to leave a palm print on this huge rock. However, today, Ying Tianxia's claw mark was 3 inches thick. This was something that had never happened since this huge rock was placed here. Even during the most prosperous period of Qingshu College, no disciple could do this. Ying Tianxia's claw strength was evident. Of course, Ling Xiao was still in the imperial capital square at this time and did not know about this. When he returned to Qingshu College, he heard about this matter. He smiled and said, even if he didn't come, I would have gone to find him. A challenge didn't mean a fight to the death. There were different ways to deal with different people. Ling Xiao didn't have any deep enmity with Ying Tianxia, so challenging Ying Tianxia was just challenging the 10 Phoenix Sons. He just needed to defeat them. As for the claw mark, Ling Xiao chuckled and casually pointed his finger. Before his finger even touched the boulder, a hole had already appeared on it. The hole was about 4 to 5 inches deep, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Seeing this scene, the originally worried disciples of the Qingshu Academy once again calmed down. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this matter. The matter of challenging Ying Tianxia could be put aside for the time being, because he felt that his cultivation was about to make a new breakthrough. Next, he had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. He had already sent out the letter of challenge. Although it was only a verbal challenge, in order to defeat the 10 Phoenix Sons, he had to become stronger. His current cultivation was definitely insufficient. What's more, what happened last night made him feel a strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not let his guard down. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Cold Plum sat outside the door, guarding Ling Xiao. She had made a mistake once, and she didn't want to make it a second time. Last night, she was not by Ling Xiao's side, and she almost made a big mistake. This only made her feel resentful. "Senior Brother Ling, the Vice Dean invites you in." A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was a junior brother of the college, and the voice was very familiar. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Although cultivation was very important, he still had to meet Feng Qingyan. "Lead the way." Ling Xiao went out and said to the junior brother. The man walked in front, all the way to Feng Qingyan's room. Qingshu College was built on a mountain, and the scenery was beautiful. However, there were fewer students now, so it seemed a lot more deserted. Along the way, only the junior brother, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum followed behind. When they were about to reach Feng Qingyan's room, the junior brother turned around and looked at Cold Plum. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Brother Ling, the Vice Dean only said that he wants to meet you, but he didn't say that Senior Sister Long should follow him. Cold Plum, wait here. I'll be back soon." Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum and said, "You can't follow me to the toilet, right?" Cold Plum blushed and said, "All right, master. I'll wait here. If there's anything, inform me immediately." "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward with the junior brother. Soon, they entered the room and disappeared from Cold Plum's sight. In the room, Feng Qingyan was sitting there. There were a few books on the table, and he was casually flipping through them. "Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat." Feng Qingyan made an inviting gesture and then instructed the junior brother, "Go make a pot of tea for Ling Xiao. I want the best tea." "Yes, Vice Dean." The junior brother left. Ling Xiao didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the table and approached Feng Qingyan. He smiled and said, "Vice Dean Feng, I'm cultivating. If you have something to say to me, can you say it directly?" "Say it directly?" Feng Qingyan was stunned for a moment and said, "All right." He also stood up and gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, Ling Xiao's finger pierced through his throat. Why? Even though his throat was pierced, this person could still speak. His body quickly retreated, and a terrifying aura instantly burst out. "Why?" Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, "Your disguise technique is very powerful. To be honest, I was almost fooled by you. But I'm afraid you don't know. No matter what cultivation level a martial artist has, there are no secrets in front of me. Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is already a half-step in Yang Realm martial artist. Although you're also a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, you're only at the second Grotto Heaven Realm. How can you compare to him? But how dare you kill me? What if Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is just joking with you?" The assassin felt that his throat was constantly being torn apart and rotted. The terrifying temperature was constantly draining his life force away. He was terrified and surprised. He didn't know how he was seen through, and he didn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. "Feng Qingyan isn't as senseless as you. If you want to impersonate him, you should know him better. You can't make such a joke in front of me," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Haha, what a mistake. He thought that the assassination was foolproof, but before he could do it, Ling Xiao saw through him. The assassin's fake face showed a regretful expression. "You deserve to die." Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly approached the assassin. A terrifying heat was released from his hand, and the assassin's body began to burn rapidly. "Senior Brother Ling, what are you doing? You're crazy." Outside the door, a junior brother rushed in with tea. The teacup and teapot fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao with horror and confusion. "He's an assassin in disguise. He's not Vice Dean Feng Qingyan," Ling Xiao said lightly. Then, he clapped his hands lightly, and the assassin was burned to ashes. Chapter 1360. How is this possible? I clearly heard his voice, and he looks exactly the same. There's also that Grotto Heaven Realm aura. It can't be fake. The junior brother rushed over and lay on the ground, searching for traces of Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao leaned over to help him up. In that instant, the junior brother suddenly turned his head and spat out a long sword that looked like a poisonous thorn. It flickered with a cold light as it pierced towards him. Another Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. Ling Xiao was shocked in his heart. It turned out that when he was still in the Heaven Realm, those Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the people sent to deal with him wouldn't be many Grotto Heaven Realm experts. But today, he had just exposed his cultivation, and two such powerful assassins had come. They were both proficient in disguise techniques, and they were both at the second Grotto Heaven Realm. It seemed that his opponent was taking him more and more seriously. Gotcha! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao actually opened his mouth and bit the cold light, and then directly bit it off. What? The assassin had already done very well. He had concealed his killing intent, and his acting skills were also very good. But unfortunately, like the assassin who had exposed himself before, his cultivation had exposed his identity. He was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, while that junior brother of Ling Xiao was only a Heaven Realm martial artist with a Heaven Realm cultivation base. If he couldn't even distinguish this bit of aura, he could just throw away his Mountain River martial spirit. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you exposed yourself too early. Otherwise, with the two of you working together, I might really be killed. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and had no intention of fighting back. The assassin knew that it was impossible for him to take action now, so he jumped out of the window and fled into the distance. This kind of action was also the quality of a qualified assassin. Just like what Ling Xiao said to Feng Shidao, it was best for an assassin not to face his opponent head-on. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to losing his advantage. They had lured Ling Xiao here precisely because there was no one here. Feng Qingyan had gone to Feng Yinshan. However, if the battle here was too intense, someone would definitely be alarmed. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. It was not because he wanted to let the assassin go, but because he had a better plan. Cold Plum, stop chasing. Outside, Ling Xiao saw a figure pass by quickly and immediately called out to stop. Understood, master. Cold Plum never asked why, because she knew that Ling Xiao must have his reasons for doing so. The killer looked behind him and saw that no one was chasing him. He immediately relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't notice that there was a strange inscription flashing on his back. After escaping from Qingshu College, they arrived at the forest outside. Someone was there to pick them up immediately. What's the situation? It didn't work again? There were 4 people in total. 2 of them stood further away, while the other 2 were standing right next to the killer. This won't do. That Ling Xiao is too cunning. He discovered us before we even made a move. That guy must have some ability that allows him to see through other people's cultivation. The assassin shook his head and said helplessly, "Wait, what's that on your back?" Finally, someone realized that something was wrong. However, at that moment, the assassin's body exploded. The 2 people closest to the assassin were killed on the spot. Although the other 2 people were further away, one of them had a broken leg, and the other was blinded in one eye. Everyone's black scarves were blown up, revealing their true faces. The 2 people who died were Jia Tianfeng's henchmen. The one who had a broken leg was Jia Tianfeng himself. The one who was blinded in one eye was Kong Ming. These 2 people wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao, but they didn't even touch Ling Xiao's hair. Instead, they were set up by Ling Xiao. Quick, let's go. Jia Tianfeng was in great pain because of his broken leg, but he still thought of a terrible thing. Since Ling Xiao had set them up, he would definitely come after them. If they didn't leave now, they would be dead. Although these 2 people were injured, they were experts in the Grotto Heaven Realm, so they quickly fled the scene. Master, is it okay to let them go? After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming left, Cold Plum asked in confusion. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are just 2 small fish. There should be a big fish behind them. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. I can kill those 2 small fish whenever I want. Today, I'll treat it as teaching them a lesson. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the 3 corpses that had been blown to smithereens on the ground. His gaze turned cold. To be able to bribe 2 such powerful assassins to deal with him, the person behind them was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Phoenix Cry Immeasurable was the most suspicious, but he needed an accurate answer. Otherwise, He wouldn't be happy if he let the person who really wanted to kill him escape. On the way back to the academy, Ling Xiao met the Moon Lady, who was waiting for him on the way. You met another assassin? Do you want me to help you destroy the 5 Poison Hall? The Moon Lady said coldly. She was really a little angry. The enemy had repeatedly tried to take Ling Xiao's life, which made the Moon Lady extremely angry. She was by Ling Xiao's side, but the other party was so unscrupulous. They simply didn't take her seriously. Did they really think that she wouldn't dare to do anything? I won't go so far as to destroy the 5 Poison Hall. Besides, we can't find the whereabouts of the 5 Poison Hall. However, I've already confirmed the location of the Divine Phoenix branch. If Sister Moon Lady really wants to vent your anger, you can help me destroy it. There was a limit to Ling Xiao's patience. He didn't find trouble with the 5 Poison Hall branch, but the other party came to find trouble with him more than once. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to go against the Dark God Palace? Okay, I'll go later. The Moon Lady said, Don't you want to go at night? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Doing such things during the day can cause a bigger sensation. If you want to do it secretly at night, you have to do it openly. The Moon Lady smiled. Well, Sister Moon Lady, you're so considerate. However, Sister Moon Lady, you should try to treat yourself better in the future. And Cold Plum, you too. I know you care about me, but you have to think about yourself. Ling Xiao suddenly said, Master, do you hate me? Do you find me annoying? Cold Plum immediately panicked. Although the Moon Lady didn't say anything, she was obviously a little stunned. I say, what are you thinking? The two of you are now the closest and most trusted people to me. How can I hate or be annoyed by you? It's just that the enemies I have to face are getting stronger and stronger. You can't not rest. Only when you rest well can you fight side by side with me better. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained, Now, I need your protection to develop well. However, it'll be soon. After I reach the Yin-Yang realm, I'll protect you well. If Ling Xiao said this in the past, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum would probably be a little skeptical. After all, the Ling Xiao of the past couldn't even break through to the Heaven realm. But it was different now. In just over 2 years, Ling Xiao had broken through from the Martial Vein realm to the Transcendent realm, Heaven realm, and Grotto Heaven realm. Above the Grotto Heaven realm was the Yin-Yang realm. Although for many people, this was a distance that they might not be able to cross even if they worked hard for a lifetime. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Chapter 1361. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum returned to their rooms to rest and meditate. After all, they knew very well that if they wanted to be of help to Ling Xiao, they had to constantly improve their cultivation. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was too terrifying. It was not difficult to catch up with them. However, just as they left and Ling Xiao returned to his room to cultivate, a noble and somewhat delicate woman appeared. Princess Lianer. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Can you call me Lianer? I don't like to be so distant. Feng Minglian's expression revealed a bit of longing. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He knew what Feng Minglian was thinking at this time. After leaving her mother and offending the Ice Phoenix clan, she really did not have any sense of security in the imperial capital. She did not know who to trust except for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's friends were very good to her, it was hard to dispel the loneliness in one's heart. Okay, Lianer, why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao really couldn't harden his heart in front of this lovely and moving beauty. The key was that this girl was really pitiful. Can you accompany me for a walk? Feng Minglian asked. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, and then the two walked together on the beautiful path of Qingshu College. The fragrance of grass and flowers intertwined, forming an intoxicating atmosphere. The river under the small bridge flowed slowly, and frogs croaked from time to time, adding a bit of liveliness. Feng Minglian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. With someone she could trust by her side, and with the beautiful flowers, birds, insects, and fish in the natural world, she felt very comfortable. Brother Ling, do you know that my dream is to be able to live with someone who loves me and live an ordinary life? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Feng Minglian suddenly asked. It's not funny. Staying with someone who loves you no matter how hard life is still blissful. However, there is one thing that I must say. Without great strength, this kind of happiness won't last for long. Although he was unwilling to burst Feng Minglian's beautiful dream, there were some words that Ling Xiao still had to say. Why? Feng Minglian asked doubtfully. Ever since she was young, she had been like a bird in a cage. She longed for the outside world, but was unable to leave. Although I was a beggar when I was young, I was very happy and blessed with Grandpa Hong Chi and my friends. Grandpa cared about me a lot, and my friends were very fun to play with. But the nightmare still came. Ling Zhao's expression changed slightly as he said, in the profound world, cultivators are the ones who decide everything. We are just beggars, but there are some people who bully beggars for fun. Every time they bully beggars, they take away 1 or 2 lives. I saw my friends being beaten to death with my own eyes, but there was nothing I could do. My so-called happy life collapsed in an instant. Feng Minglian was stunned when she heard this. She thought that cultivation would not be of any use. She thought that she could live a good and happy life without fighting with the world. But Ling Zhao's words were tantamount to giving her a head-on blow. In the profound world, a happy life depends on strength. Miss Lian seems to be quite strong, but why haven't I seen you fight? Ling Xiao naturally understood that Feng Minglian's cultivation was not bad. She might be a monstrous genius like him. This woman was not old, but her cultivation was already at the first grotto heaven realm. My cultivation was forced by my mother. In the past, I always thought that it was this kind of cultivation that led to my misfortune, so I didn't practice it well. But your words surprised me. Feng Minglian explained, don't look at my cultivation. I haven't practiced any martial skills because I don't want to hurt anyone, don't want to hurt others, but don't give up the ability to protect yourself. Ling Xiao reminded, I believe you have seen it during this period. Someone has been targeting me and has been sending people to assassinate me. Think about it. If I had the same idea as you, what would the result be? Feng Minglian was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed greatly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Perhaps it was because the blood of the human and divine Phoenix clan flowed in her body. She had more potential than ordinary humans and divine phoenixes, and she was smarter. Naturally, she could understand Ling Zhao's words. Big brother Ling, help me cultivate. I know many martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, but I don't know how to cultivate them. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, so she also believed what Ling Xiao said. Coupled with the recent events, she gradually understood that blindly being kind was not a good thing. It would only make you seem weak and easy to bully. She had to become stronger. Only then could she protect herself. No problem. I can guide you in your cultivation. Ling Xiao did not refuse. After all, Feng Minglian was saved by him. As the saying goes, help a person to the end. Helping Feng Minglian master the ability to protect her life was also a kind of relief for him. He did not have to waste energy protecting her. What's more, he could also borrow the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan for reference. Every move of his light and shadow profound meaning was comprehended based on existing martial skills. It did not come out of thin air. If he could get some inspiration from the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, perhaps the later moves would be comprehended faster. Thank you, Big Brother Ling, Feng Minglian said excitedly. Every time she was excited, her face would blush slightly, revealing an intoxicating expression. Even Ling Xiao felt that it was difficult to resist this pitiful temptation. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned his head to the side and looked at little Yu in the river. He suddenly thought of something, turned his head again and asked, Lian you are a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, so you should have heard about Ji Fuling and Yu Xinyue, right? Feng Minglian thought for a moment and said, Of course I know. In the secret chamber of the Ice Phoenix clan, there is a book dedicated to these two people. During the days when I was under house arrest, there was an old granny who watched over me and took care of my life. When she was free, she would tell me what happened in the past. Can you tell me? Ling Xiao asked. Since learning that Ji Fuling and Yu Xinyue were his parents, Ling Xiao could not wait to know more about them. Since Feng Minglian knew, he naturally had to ask clearly. Of course. Feng Minglian was worried that there was no topic to talk about with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao took the initiative to bring up this topic, she had a lot to say. Ling Xiao had already learned about Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue from Hongqi at the beginning, but he still listened carefully. Towards the end, Feng Minglian talked about a terrifying matter that made his hair stand on end. The world thinks that Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue have no children, but in fact, they have a pair of children. Feng Minglian said. Chapter 1362. A son and a daughter? That is to say, they have a son and a daughter? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. Their son's origin is very strange. It's said that he was born from a strange stone, but their daughter is their biological daughter. Before their son was born, their daughter was already more than 10 years old. Her appearance combined the advantages of her parents. She could be said to be an absolute beauty, even more beautiful than her mother, Yuxinyue. Feng Minglian explained, Yuxinyue is the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan. Her daughter has the appearance of the #1 beauty of the Soul Clan at the age of 12 or 13. Her aptitude is even better than her parents. She is simply a peerless monster. Peerless monster? Yes. Brother Ling, you may not like to hear this. Her aptitude is even more terrifying than yours. When she was 12, she was already a martial artist in the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Feng Minglian replied. It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. After roaming the Jianghu for so long, he had never heard of a child reaching the 10th Grotto Heaven realm at the age of 12. How did she cultivate? How terrifying was her talent? But on second thought, it didn't seem so surprising. He reached the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm in 2 years, but she reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm in 12 years. In terms of talent, she didn't seem to be weak. It seems that Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue have focused on cultivating her? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. With such talent, if she is properly cultivated, she can reach the Yin-Yang realm at the age of 15 or 16. Even the human king back then couldn't compare to her. However, something strange happened when she was 12. Feng Minglian's face suddenly turned a little pale. Something strange? Yes. That year, this child named Ji Lingyue mysteriously disappeared. According to the information, before she disappeared, she had met the divine Phoenix Emperor, who is now the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Feng Minglian replied. The ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe? How many ancestors does your royal family have? Ling Xiao found the key problem in Feng Minglian's words. The Fiery Phoenix tribe has 2 patriarchs, Black and White. The one Ji Lingyue met was Patriarch White Sunday. She's a kind-looking old lady who once took in many orphans. Both Patriarch White Sun and Patriarch Black Sun are supreme experts in the Yin-Yang realm. Feng Minglian replied, the Ice Phoenix clan has an ancestor, the one who attacked before. The Dark Phoenix clan is the most terrifying. They have 3 ancestors, but they were sealed by Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue back then. I don't even know if they are still alive now. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the royal family. If the Black and White patriarchs were as strong as the Ice Phoenix patriarch, then the Moon Maiden would probably be unable to resist them. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the Fire Phoenix tribe and was an ally of Feng Yinshan. That was why the 2 patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe did not attack him. But what was going on with his sister, Ji Lingyue? Could he have been killed by ancestor Bai Yang? You must be very confused. What happened to Ji Lingyue? Feng Minglian asked. Yes, their daughter mysteriously disappeared. Those 2 must have gone crazy, right? Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Their daughter actually went missing in the Divine Phoenix Empire. This made Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue furious. Even though they are kind and upright people, they would inevitably commit some atrocities. They almost tore down the Divine Phoenix Palace at that time and beat the Black and White patriarchs until they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, there was suddenly news from overseas that someone saw an unconscious Ji Lingyue on a ship. She might have been taken away by human traffickers. Feng Minglian continued, many people thought that Ji Fuling and Yuxinyue left the Divine Phoenix Empire only because they finished their business here and planned to continue adventuring. However, they did not know that their most important goal was to find their missing daughter. Then, was Ji Lingyue really abducted by human traffickers? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the old granny told me that Ji Lingyue, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, was not even afraid of a half-step Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. Unless it was a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, it was impossible for her to be abducted. She also said that she once saw the sword Ji Lingyue used in the palace. Feng Minglian replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. If he guessed correctly, his sister Ji Lingyue had probably been killed, and the ones who did it were the Black and White Patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, his parents were not as ruthless as him. They did not use the cruelest methods to interrogate, so there were some fish that escaped the net. Since his parents did not find out the truth, he would investigate it. He hoped that his sister was not killed. Although he had never met this sister of his, and had never even met his own parents, he still had to find out the truth about his loved ones being killed. He even suspected that the reason his parents stepped into the gate of heavens chosen was to find his sister Ji Lingyue. It was this incident that caused a series of chain reactions that led to his miserable childhood. No matter what, he had to try and do something about it. All right, Lianer, I'll help you cultivate. Ling Xiao planned to first bury what he knew deep in his heart because he did not have enough strength to offend the Black and White Patriarchs and the Ice Phoenix ancestor at the same time. Although he was usually arrogant, he was not a brainless idiot. He knew that when it was time to endure, he had to endure. Otherwise, not only would he die, but he would also cause the deaths of his family and friends. Okay. Feng Minglian did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. She only vaguely felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too concerned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xinyue. However, she understood that Ling Xiao was from the Heavenly Dragon continent, so he was more interested in these two heroes. Ling Xiao brought Feng Minglian to the cultivation holy land of Qingshu College, an extremely spacious mountain peak. This was because some cultivation methods could cause quite a commotion. If one were to cultivate in a house, the house might really burn down. Feng Minglian had been trapped in the Ice Phoenix clan for a long time and was forced to cultivate by her mother, Feng Mingxiao. So interestingly, the place where she was trapped was precisely the Ice Phoenix clan's secret library. There were vast martial arts manuals here. When Feng Minglian was bored, she would read these manuals as leisure books. Otherwise, if the old granny left, she would be bored to death. In the secret library, the essence of all the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan was condensed. Perhaps even Feng Mingxiao didn't think that his daughter would have the ability to remember things with a single glance. Regardless of whether she understood the books she read or not, she could remember them in her mind. Ling Xiao pointed a finger on Feng Minglian's forehead and felt the vast martial arts manuals in her mind. He was really shocked. He thought that the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan should be related to the Ice Phoenix bloodline. However, he was wrong. Chapter 1363. The Ice Phoenix clan had produced several immortal emperors over the years. In addition, they had obtained the martial arts manuals from the Dark Phoenix clan's secret treasure tower, as well as the martial arts manuals collected and plundered from all over the world. They had hundreds of times more martial arts manuals than the Yuehua sect. Sword techniques, palm techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques. Wait, there were only things you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't find. Of course, the martial arts in Feng Minglian's mind were only suitable for martial artists below the Yin-Yang realm, including Yin-Yang realm martial artists. After all, the foundation of martial arts in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent was relatively poor. What was even more gratifying was that all the martial arts here were categorized according to different bloodlines and martial souls. It was easy to find something suitable for oneself. For example, with a sword martial soul, one could practice various sword techniques and cultivation methods that were compatible with the sword techniques. Among them, the most terrifying was the four-season sword technique. After mastering the sword technique, one could actually change the climate and affect the alternation of the four seasons within a certain range. Its lethality was amazing. Another example was the Ice Attribute martial arts that were compatible with the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It included a combination of martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. When used, it could better mobilize the strange cold power contained in the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It could freeze everything and even directly kill the opponent. There were also special martial arts that were compatible with the herb martial soul. It could greatly improve the healing effect of this type of martial soul, and the martial artist who had this type of martial soul could continue to fight. Although many martial artists who cultivated this type of martial arts eventually became pharmacists, such as Dai Yuling. But there were also some who were different. If a herb martial soul was truly developed, one could basically maintain an immortal body in battle, which was also quite terrifying. It was just more difficult. Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but he was lacking in healing martial arts. This was because his self-healing ability was enough, and he was also good at alchemy, so he didn't need to be distracted to cultivate these. After all, a person's energy was limited. Ling Xiao might have more energy than others, so he could cultivate all kinds of things faster. But now what he needed to do was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Whether it was alchemy, refining tools, or refining formations, they were all to improve his strength. Today, he helped Feng Minglian cultivate and also wanted to find martial arts to improve his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal was still to increase his cultivation base and comprehend or perfect the profound meaning of light and shadow. After experiencing so many battles, Ling Xiao was well aware of the terror of the profound meaning of light and shadow. Therefore, he would not divert his attention to other martial arts. Even if he were to learn them, it would be to make the light and shadow profound meaning even more powerful. Lien, you have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and you have awakened the Ice Sword martial spirit. I suggest you cultivate this dark North scripture. It is a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. It is very useful for mobilizing the potential of your bloodline and the power of your martial spirit. Ling Xiao chose the most suitable martial arts for Feng Minglian. Once he cultivated this set of martial arts, he could at least cultivate to the peak of the yin-yang realm, or even break through to a higher realm. It could be said to be done once and for all. All right, then I'll have to trouble Brother Ling to help me. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, and trusted Ling Xiao's vision even more. After all, she had seen Ling Xiao's strength with her own eyes. Then, Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi Eye to analyze this set of martial arts, and directly transmitted it into Feng Minglian's mind through his soul power. As for how much Feng Minglian could understand and how much she could cultivate, it was all up to her. Looking at Feng Minglian cultivating there, Ling Xiao jumped to a higher mountain, and two sets of martial arts appeared in his mind. In the sky, the sun was blazing like fire. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a divine light sword. This was the 10th profound meaning of light that he had used to defeat Shangwan Hong. This move was already abnormally powerful. It could be said that it was Ling Xiao's current strongest attack, and its lethality was even more terrifying than the doomsday of Tao Tai. After all, he had not completely tamed the Tao Tai martial spirit, so the doomsday of Tao Tai still needed to be improved. The divine light sword was already very powerful, but Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. In Feng Minglian's memory, there were two sets of powerful martial arts. One was an extreme young martial art called the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations, which was a top Jade grade martial art. The other set was an extreme Yin martial art called the Demonic World Exterminating Art, which was also a top Jade grade martial art. Jade grade martial arts were usually only suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin Yang Realm martial artists. It was similar to the classification of martial arts in the Sky Dragon continent, but there was a slight difference in the names. In the Divine Phoenix continent, each grade of martial arts was divided into 4 grades: low rank, middle rank, high rank, and peak rank. Jade grade low and middle martial arts were more suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate, while high and top martial arts were more suitable for Yin Yang Realm martial artists to cultivate. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could not cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations and the Demonic World Exterminating Art. Of course, this was the truth. However, Ling Xiao did not want to cultivate them, but wanted to use these two sets of martial arts as a blueprint to strengthen his 10th profound meaning of light. The 10th profound meaning of light was the Divine Light Sword. The 10th profound meaning of shadow was the Dark Devil Sword. It was very compatible with these two sets of martial arts and could definitely greatly increase their power. Even the human king of the past would not have thought of this idea. The human king cultivated too quickly, and he learned too many things without anyone's help. Thus, He only grasped the most basic control of some profound meanings and did not continue to improve them. Ling Xiao was lucky. With the help of the human king's remnant soul, he sealed away those messy things and focused on cultivating the 9 cauldrons martial arts. Just the first cauldron's profound meaning of light had already benefited him greatly. Furthermore, with the mountain river martial spirit, the cultivation speed of the 9 cauldrons martial arts was extremely fast, and the power it could display was also very terrifying. At this time, it was daybreak. The scarlet sun was high in the sky, and its blazing light shone on Ling Xiao's body. The scarlet sun in the mountain river world also shone brightly, and it actually exploded with an incomparably powerful light and heat. In that instant, the terrifyingly high temperature on the entire mountain actually burned many plants and trees to a crisp. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in this high temperature, but he did not think much of it. I'll cultivate that Scarlet Sun 9 transformations during the day and the demonic world destruction art at night. It's decided. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a series of intertwining lights appeared in front of his eyes. These lights intertwined together and actually formed many strange words. If one studied carefully, they would discover that it was the secret technique of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. The so-called Scarlet Sun 9 transformations referred to the Rising Sun transformation, Fierce Sun transformation, Violent Sun transformation, True Sun transformation, Pure Sun transformation, Heavenly Sun transformation, Extreme Sun transformation, Black Sun transformation, Armageddon transformation. With each transformation, the power would increase, and the strength of the move could be determined according to the strength of the enemy's cultivation. The current power of Ling Xiao's Divine Light Sword was actually unable to reach the lowest level of the Rising Sun transformation. In other words, if it was combined with the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, the power of the Divine Light Sword would increase by a terrifying 9 times. Chapter 1364. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend the ultimacy after the 10th ultimacy, Ling Xiao's combat power would increase by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt about that. Even though cultivating the 9 transformations of the Crimson Sun required a lot of pain and was extremely difficult to comprehend, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had experienced too much suffering, and it had become a habit. He was good at finding joy in the midst of suffering. As for comprehension, with the Mountain River martial spirit and the Tai Chi Eye, it was easy for him to comprehend a Jade-grade martial art. If someone was beside him at this moment, they would definitely notice that the inscriptions in Ling Xiao's eyes were jumping at an extremely fast speed. The words formed by the light in front of him were also changing constantly. After a while, the words disappeared and Ling Xiao closed his eyes. All the secrets had already been integrated into Ling Xiao's mind. Now, all he needed to do was to concentrate on his cultivation. His cultivation was naturally not quite the same as ordinary martial artists. Others had to follow the instructions of the martial art, but he had to integrate it with the divine sword of light and the light ultimacy. Although it was difficult to integrate, once he succeeded, his cultivation would be smooth sailing. The domain origin energy circulated between his meridians and the heavenly abode. The scarlet sun in the sky and the scarlet sun in the mountain river realm shone together. The 2 types of light poured into Ling Xiao's body and were absorbed by his limbs and bones. They were swallowed by his spirit sea. At this moment, the Moon Lady was cultivating nearby. She was still worried about Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's strange situation, it was as if the Scarlet Sun God had descended to the mortal world. She was shocked. The human king neglected to use other martial arts to increase the power of the 9 cauldrons martial art. I didn't expect you to think of it. Looks like your future is brighter than the human king's. The Moon Lady smiled sweetly and closed her eyes to begin her cultivation. On the mountain peak, Ling Xiao's entire body was glowing. His entire body was enveloped by the heavenly abode, making him look like a small sun. The soil and sand on the ground were all scorched and then turned into something like lava. It looked extremely strange. Within Ling Xiao's body, there were 2 completely different types of elemental energy. One represented the light Upanishad, which was blazing and bright. One represented the shadow Upanishad, which was evil and terrifying. Now, he temporarily suppressed the power of shadow and released the power of light. The power of light fused with the radiance of the scarlet sun, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Ling Xiao felt as if his internal organs were being roasted under high temperature. A cry of pain erupted from his throat. This was because he felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava. This kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. But Ling Xiao endured it. He had experienced similar pain before, and at that time, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Now, he was just going through the pain again. To him, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the middle of the day, Ling Xiao was experiencing scorching pain. But at night, when he cultivated the demonic world extermination art, what he experienced was incomparably cold pain. The heavenly demon destroyer art was divided into 9 stages. They were body destroyer, heart destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, city destroyer, country destroyer, world destroyer, and heaven destroyer and earth destroyer. The first 5 stages were targeted at killing people. The last 4 stages were to kill people regardless of whether they were humans or animals. When Ling Xiao was comprehending this cultivation technique, ruthless aura arose spontaneously. Fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul, so he didn't completely fall into the devil's path and become an evil demon. He liked to do things according to his heart. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, he would measure it according to his heart. He didn't want to be blindly good or evil. He didn't know what kind of stimulation the person who created this cultivation technique had gone through, but this cultivation technique was really cruel and evil. Most people on the righteous path wouldn't bother to learn it. Even if they learned it, they wouldn't expose it easily. But Ling Xiao was different. He had never thought of himself as a righteous person. His actions were both righteous and evil, all based on his heart. So even if it was such an evil martial art, he still dared to learn it. As long as he had control of the martial art in his hands, then regardless of whether it was good or evil, he could use it. During the day, he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and absorbed the heat of the Scarlet Sun. The cultivation effect was excellent, but the injuries and pain his body suffered were also greater. During the night, he cultivated the Heavenly Demon Destroyer art. The cold Qi was even more abundant. The cultivation effect was also excellent, but the pain he suffered was even more terrifying. In other words, Ling Xiao experienced the torture of alternating cold and heat during the day and night. Originally, he could have rested for a while and lessened the pain in his body, but he didn't do that. His time was limited. He had to seize all the time he could to continue improving his strength. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao sat on the mountain peak without moving. During the day, he was like a scarlet sun, dazzling and eye-catching. At night, he was like a demon's domain, eerie and terrifying, abnormally cold. On the mountain peak below him, Feng Minglian also did not open her eyes. The scene there was completely different from where Ling Xiao was. That place was a frozen scene. The entire mountain peak had become a world of pure white snow and ice crystals. The disciples of Qingshu College who happened to pass by discovered the strange situation and then spread the news. Almost every day, there would be people passing by to admire this strange scene. Cold Plum also came by, and then blocked the road, not allowing anyone to disturb Ling Xiao and Feng Minglian's cultivation. On the 4th day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. One of his eyes was shining with a dazzling light, while the other was deep and eerie. If anyone dared to look at this eye, they would definitely be frightened to the point that their soul would be shaken. The Jade-grade martial art is indeed unfathomable. After 3 days and 3 nights, I could only comprehend the first level. Ling Xiao sighed, but overall, he was still satisfied. The Divine Light Sword had improved by a level. He had comprehended the transformation of the rising sun. The Dark Demon Sword had also improved by a level, comprehending the body destruction. Although it was only a small improvement, in terms of power, it was absolutely incomparable. Back then, the most ordinary Divine Light Sword could kill Shangguan Hong with one sword. Now, with the Rising Sun transformation, the power of the Divine Light Sword was probably more than twice as strong as before. If he told the people of the Ice Phoenix clan about his cultivation speed, those old guys would probably be scared to death. At that time, Jilin Yue's tragedy would probably be repeated. Ling Xiao had a kind of confidence. When he completely mastered the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, coupled with the primordial spirit remnant scroll, S-Day, and night travel, he would truly become the dual master of night and day. During the day, he would be as dazzling as the Scarlet Sun. During the night, he would be like a demon descending to the world, causing all living creatures to fear. He stood up and looked at the mountain peak below. Feng Minglian was still cultivating there. Chapter 1365. Feng Minglian's comprehension and talent were truly shocking. Even Long Chun wasn't as good as her. The rest of the people couldn't compare to her. If Feng Minglian had cultivated so hard since she was a child, she would be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons today. Although she couldn't be as talented as Ji Lingyue, she was much more powerful than most geniuses. In just 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Minglian had reached the 4th level of the Dark North Sutra. She had also broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. Even Ling Xiao felt pressured by this cultivation speed. Of course, he knew that this was because the power that had been stored in Feng Minglian's body for a long time had suddenly erupted. When Feng Minglian's cultivation reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, it would gradually slow down. At that time, Ling Xiao would have to catch up with her. But Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this. Before Feng Minglian was born, she had been soaked in all kinds of medicinal liquids. At that time, Feng Mingxiao had suffered a lot. He wanted Feng Minglian to become stronger so that she wouldn't be bullied. Now Feng Minglian was younger than Ling Xiao, but she had already cultivated for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had only cultivated for 2 years, so he had nothing to worry about. Catching up with, or even surpassing Feng Minglian wasn't a problem for him. Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left behind an array formation to protect Feng Minglian. According to his estimation, Feng Minglian would need at least a month to cultivate. During this time, although he would ask someone to protect her, he was more at ease with the formation. His body trembled. Ling Xiao flashed down Dong Ling Xiao. In a short moment, he disappeared. He left Dong Ling Xiao and strode in the direction of the Celestial Academy. After Ling Xiao left the mountain, several figures immediately appeared. Qingshu College's Dean Zhou Yun, Crown Prince Feng Yinshan, and Feng Yinshan's most capable helper and bodyguard, Ming Jin. Ming Jin was originally a genius of the Dark Phoenix race who had been saved by Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had disregarded their former enmity and accepted him as a subordinate. This person was very loyal. From then on, he followed Feng Yinshan wholeheartedly. Many confidential matters were completed by him. Ming Jin and Feng Yinshan's eyes flickered as they looked at the mountain that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the power of light and shadow. Master, what kind of cultivation method do you think Ling Xiao is cultivating? How could he create such a terrifying scene? Also, I seem to smell a strong sense of danger and evil aura. It's shocking. Feng Yinshan asked in a low voice. Not only was the ground scorched, but it also seemed to have been corroded by something. Not even a blade of grass grew. There were still strands of black gas coming out from the ground. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would feel uncomfortable standing here. Hard to say. Zhou Yun shook his head. Although he thought of those 2 terrifying martial arts, he could not believe that Ling Xiao was cultivating those 2. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a treasure of the Ice Phoenix clan. Even they couldn't easily obtain it. Even Master can't guess? This Ling Xiao is getting more and more mysterious. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, I didn't expect even Lien to be so loyal to him. I'm afraid even I can't compare to this person's demonic power. Your Highness, you're overthinking. Ling Xiao is indeed powerful and talented, but he's just a martial artist. He's too ruthless and never leaves any leeway. Now that he has offended Feng Mingliang, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This is definitely not something a smart person would do. Ming Jin had a high evaluation of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, but he looked down on Ling Xiao's character. He felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant and didn't know how to endure and restrain himself. Is that so? Isn't that what we want? Feng Yinshan smiled and said, Go find Ling Xiao and tell him that Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are holding a banquet in Ling Yu's courtyard today. They've invited people from the 5 Poison Hall branch. Yes, Your Highness. Ming Jin nodded. Of course, he knew what Feng Yinshan meant. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, so they could do him a favor. At the same time, they could turn everyone's attention to Ling Xiao. This way, it would be much easier for them to do whatever they wanted to do. After Ling Xiao washed up, he planned to rest for a while and go out for a stroll to see what new things had happened in the past few days. However, he saw a piece of paper on his table. Who sent it? Ling Xiao asked Cold Plum, who was outside the door. A very strong person, no weaker than me, Cold Plum replied. He said it's from the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains. Understood. Ling Xiao looked at the note and furrowed his brows slightly, but soon after, his brows relaxed again. He had planned to use a long line to catch a big fish and lure out the person behind Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The two of them still hadn't learned their lesson and wanted to find someone to deal with him. He didn't have the time to keep being assassinated like this. Now that he had successfully cultivated the new technique, he could try it out. Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to Ling Yu's courtyard to find Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. Help me destroy the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch. Ling Xiao said loudly. Although he couldn't see the Moon Maiden, he knew that she was nearby. Master, let me go. The 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch doesn't have a yin-yang realm expert. I can go, Cold Plum volunteered. All right, be careful. It's best to leave one alive so that they know who they offended. Ling Xiao's goal in destroying the 5 Poison Hall's branch was to establish his might. If the other party didn't know who did it, then wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? Understood, Master. Cold Plum obeyed and left. Ling Xiao also set off. This time, the Moon Maiden followed Ling Xiao, but she didn't show herself. She didn't want to interfere in matters that Ling Xiao could resolve. After that night of fighting, she understood that if Ling Xiao wanted to grow, she had to do as little as possible. Unless it was an opponent stronger than Ling Xiao, such as a yin-yang realm expert. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had come to Ling Yu's courtyard. Everyone knew that he was Dragon King Tian and a friend of the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, so no one dared to stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao arrived at a pavilion in the middle of a lake without any obstructions. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming weren't the only ones in the pavilion. There were also a few people with murderous intent. They should be the assassins of the 5 Poison Halls branch. These people were all Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The strongest was the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. The weakest was the 1st Grotto Heaven Realm. When Ling Xiao saw them, they naturally saw him as well. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's eyes were filled with shock and fear. The two of them had seen too much of Ling Xiao and naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Especially that night. The two of them didn't even see Ling Xiao. In the end, one of them had his leg broken and the other lost an eye. Since that night, their fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. Chapter 1366. The expression of the 5 Poison Hall assassin as he looked at Ling Xiao was filled with fury. However, within that fury, there was also a strong sense of fear. They had already sent out 2 batches of assassins. In the end, they were all wiped out. The first batch consisted of 5 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and Feng Shidao. In the end, only Feng Shidao survived. The second batch consisted of 2 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins who were good at disguising techniques. In the end, they were also wiped out. Before they died, they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. This was not only a great humiliation, but also extremely terrifying. In the past, their branch had also sent out similar missions. A mere 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was not a difficult task at all. Feng Shidao could handle it alone. But this time, they had encountered huge trouble. The most terrifying thing was that this person had actually come to their door today. Ling Xiao had a faint smile on his face and did not release the slightest killing intent. However, his deep pupils and devilish smile still made many people present feel terrified. Haha, you guys are really leisurely. You're here discussing how to deal with me again, right? He actually sat on an empty chair and then took a sip of the wine. These guys really knew how to enjoy life. The wine and delicacies were all top-quality goods. Isn't it good to eat and drink every day? Why do you have to fight and kill? Do you want to die? Finally, Ling Xiao suddenly erupted with a strong killing intent. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming suddenly stood up from their chairs, their faces pale with fright. Ling Xiao, what do you want to do? Jia Tianfeng was obviously a little flustered. His usual calm and confident appearance was completely gone. What I want to do? I taught you a lesson before to let you know the difficulties and retreat. I didn't expect you guys to be so stubborn. It seems that this artificial limb is pretty good. Which puppet master helped you make it? I can't tell whether it's real or fake from the outside. And you, Kongming, are your eyes blind? But is your heart blind as well? Peacock Huangzi was crippled because he provoked me. Don't tell me you want to follow in his footsteps? His tone became sharper and sharper, as if sword qi could be released from his mouth. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could not help but shiver. The two of them were actually hiding behind the 5 Poison Hall branch assassins. They were trembling with fear as they looked at Ling Xiao. They had a strong feeling that Ling Xiao had come to kill them today. Moreover, he could make his move at any time. Ling Xiao was extremely dangerous right now. They could not afford to get close to him. Otherwise, they would be setting themselves on fire. Ling Xiao, get this straight. I'm a member of the Righteous Alliance, and this is the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Do you dare to kill me here? Jia Tianfeng suddenly shouted. His voice was very loud, but it was obvious that he was trying to sound tough. The 5 Poisons Hall assassins frowned. They had truly not imagined that Ling Xiao would strike such fear into the mighty successor of the Righteous Alliance. This was truly inconceivable. And me, a member of the Peacock race. When you crippled Peacock Huangzi last time, our race could endure it, but if you keep doing it again and again, you know what the consequences will be. Kong Ming echoed Jia Tianfeng's words. In their view, this was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be as crazy as he was outside, right? I've known all of this for a long time, but so what? Ling Xiao scornfully said, do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because of this? How long has it been? Have you forgotten how Celebrity Huangzi and Heavenly Rock Huangzi died? And on that night, I even killed Emperor Lord Fengming Wuliang's son, Fengming Heishan. Are you more respected than him? The Jia clan can't possibly endure losing a successor twice. You should understand that their revenge will be even more vicious than the Emperor Lord's. Jia Tianfeng emphasized each word as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know of his important status in the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. He had to say this because he wanted Ling Xiao to know that behind him was the Jia clan of the Righteous Alliance. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely kill him. Fear caused him to constantly find reasons for his survival. Even though he knew that Ling Xiao was a madman, he did everything according to his will. He was a lunatic who did everything based on his heart. When Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he directly crippled Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, the 2 noble descendants of the Ice Phoenix clan. And now, when he returned to the capital, he had killed the Emperor Lord's adopted son, Ji Mingxing, and the great Peng race's Heavenly Rock Huangzi. There was truly nothing to fear from this fellow. The only thing that Ling Xiao feared was that they also had a madman on their side. And so what? Ling Xiao disdainfully chuckled, looking down on Jia Tianfeng even more. As the saying went, one should bear the consequences of one's actions, but Jia Tianfeng wanted to drag his entire clan down with him. Ling Xiao, as long as you don't kill me today, we'll definitely mind our own business. How about it? Jia Tianfeng was truly on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't seem to care about any sort of threat, so he could only plead. What a pity. If you had done this a little earlier, you might not have died. Of course, you would have had a chance to live today. Ling Xiao took a sip of wine as he indifferently said, What chance? Jia Tianfeng hastily asked as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. It's very simple. Tell me who ordered you to deal with me from behind the scenes. As long as you tell me, I'll immediately let you go and won't make any more trouble for you. Ling Xiao indifferently said, How did you know? No, there's no one ordering me from behind the scenes. In his excitement, Jia Tianfeng had let the cat out of the bag, and then he did his utmost to make up for it. Alas, The mistake of letting the cat out of the bag could not be made up for. If you don't want to talk, then die. Ling Xiao slammed the wine cup on the table. The wine cup did not shatter, but the wine within instantly began to burn, the flames rising and drying up the cup. Ling Xiao, you've gone crazy. This is Ling Yu's residence. Do you know what will happen if you attack me? You'll immediately be surrounded by countless Righteous Alliance martial artists and then die here. Jia Tianfeng roared, his voice brimming with rage, but it was actually filled with fear. He was keenly aware that numbers could not frighten Ling Xiao. At Ji Mingxing's wedding, so many people had faced off against Ling Xiao, but in the end, all of them had ended up with miserable fates. Ling Xiao, this fellow, simply killed people without blinking an eye. The advantage in numbers seemed to be meaningless to him. But Jia Tianfeng thought about it again. After all, this was Ling Yu's residence, and he was confident that Ling Xiao would not be willing to attack here. The Righteous Alliance still had experts stationed in Ling Yu's residence. Perhaps Ling Xiao would choose to let him live out of fear of these people. But Ling Xiao continued to faintly smile, minding his own business as he continued to eat, as if he was intentionally tormenting Jia Tianfeng. He said he would kill, but he would not attack. He would not kill, but he would not let Jia Tianfeng go. Chapter 1367. At this time, more and more people gathered around. Ling Yu's courtyard was filled with famous people. Many of them were leaning on the railings as if they were watching a play. I've heard that Ling Xiao is unmoved by force or persuasion. He's extremely crazy. I don't want to offend such a person. That's right. It's best to stay away from such a madman. This boy doesn't seem to be afraid of anyone. He doesn't give face to anyone. He's simply arrogant to the extreme. What do you think Ling Xiao will do? Will he really dare to attack? I think he's just trying to scare Jia Tianfeng. If this was any other place, he might really dare to kill him. But this is Ling Yu's courtyard. Did you hear that? There are already people rushing over. That's true. Ling Yu's courtyard is filled with experts. Even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. That's right. I once saw a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist cause trouble here. In the end, he was beaten to death. The crowd was talking. Although they all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy and terrifying, they all believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to kill Jia Tianfeng in a place like Ling Yu's courtyard. Kong Ming was standing beside Jia Tianfeng. He had a feeling that he had been tied to Jia Tianfeng's boat. If Jia Tianfeng was fine, then he would also be fine. If Jia Tianfeng died, then he would also be in danger. He quietly crushed a wax pill. This was a life-saving item given to him by the clan. As long as he crushed it, the clan would send experts to protect him. Although Ling Xiao was strong, he wasn't invincible. As long as he could survive today, he swore that he would stay in the clan and cultivate wholeheartedly. He would never come out to cause trouble again. It wouldn't be too late to find Ling Xiao for revenge after his cultivation had reached a certain level. The Longhu selection was a good opportunity. Jia Tianfeng heard the sound of distant footsteps and a smile appeared on his face. Moreover, he seemed to be a little proud of himself. Although Ling Yu's courtyard didn't have any Yinyang Realm martial artists, it still had several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Otherwise, Ling Yu's courtyard would have already been destroyed. The sound of those footsteps came from the guards of Ling Yu's courtyard. Once those people arrived, the situation would completely reverse. He would no longer be the one begging Ling Xiao for mercy. At that time, it would be Ling Xiao begging him for mercy, seeing Ling Xiao eating there. A sinister smile appeared on the face of one of the killers of the Five Poisons Hall. He had thought that Ling Xiao would be very difficult to deal with, but it turned out that the other assassins were incompetent. As long as he could poison Ling Xiao to death, not only would he be endlessly grateful to the Righteous Alliance and the Peacock race, his status in the Five Poisons Hall branch would also soar. At that time, who would still dare to look down on him? He fantasized about having performed a great service and hugging a beautiful woman in each arm. But a moment later, his smile froze. Just when Ling Xiao was about to drink the poison wine, he suddenly exploded and poured it into the assassin's mouth. Moreover, he quickly tapped several of the assassin's acupuncture points and forced him to swallow the poison wine. This truly was a terrifying poison. The moment he drank the poisoned wine, the assassin began to bleed from his 7 orifices and his body began to rapidly rot. There was no chance of saving him. You, how could this be? Before the assassin was poisoned to death, he hadn't been able to say a complete sentence. He had probably wanted to ask how Ling Xiao had been able to tell that the wine was poisoned. If that was the case, he would have been far too stupid. If Ling Xiao could be killed so easily, how could his companions have died? You people of the 5 Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, so why are you in such a rush to die? We'll settle your accounts later. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the assassins of the 5 Poisons Hall. In a little while, there would be even more exciting content. He was in no rush to deal with these assassins, but if they insisted on sending themselves to their deaths, he would not be polite. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Ling Xiao is truly too frightening. If he says he wants to kill, he'll kill. What in the world happened just now? What was that poisoned wine all about? You didn't even understand? The assassins of the 5 Poisons Hall wanted to poison Ling Xiao to death, but in the end, they were killed instead. These assassins are also stupid. If Ling Xiao was so easy to kill, he would have died long ago. How could they have had a chance to act? There were still some discerning people in the crowd who could see what had happened. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense. Although the one who had died was only a first Heavenly Passage Realm assassin, but Ling Xiao had killed him in front of everyone else. This was no different from fiercely slapping the faces of the upper echelons of the 5 Poisons Hall. Ling Xiao still said that he would deal with them next? What did he mean? In this world, how could there be such an arrogant and ignorant person? He dared to provoke an assassin organization? Did he want to die? However, he did not realize that even though Ling Xiao had not offended them, they still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, they did not show any mercy. Ling Xiao had casually killed an assassin, but his main target was still Jia Tianfeng. Are you very pleased with yourself? Suddenly, Ling Xiao asked a question that did not seem to have anything to do with killing. Jia Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then sneered, I admit that I am not your opponent. You can kill me at any time, but in the Lingyu courtyard, there is someone who can kill you. Sigh. Ling Xiao let out a long sigh and said, I originally planned to give you a chance to atone for your crimes. But I did not expect that not only did you not cherish it, you even dared to turn around and threaten me. Unfortunately, it seems that you do not need this kind of opportunity. Ling Xiao, don't be so pretentious. Do you think that the people of the Lingyu courtyard are as useless as the reserve troops of the righteous divine guards? Perhaps you are not afraid of the advantage in numbers, but what if you are facing 5 people with the same cultivation as you? Jia Tianfeng sneered. Young Master Jia is not going to send out the Lingyu 5 dogs, right? The Lingyu 5 dogs were not scolding words, but representing the loyalty and ferocity of these 5 people. Apart from the boss of the Lingyu courtyard, the Lingyu 5 dogs were the most powerful people in the Lingyu courtyard. Each of them was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm, and they were adept at joint attacks. Not to mention Ling Xiao, even if it was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm or 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, they would not be afraid. Although they might not win, they would definitely not lose. Chapter 1368. I don't think so. Do you need the 5 dogs to kill Ling Xiao? The Lingyu courtyard has quite a few Grotto Heaven realm practitioners. If they join hands, they might be able to kill Ling Xiao, right? Those who said such words definitely did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's fighting strength was on that rainy night. You can try. Ling Xiao smiled with his eyes narrowed. The reason why he did not immediately take action was because he wanted to wait for the big fish to take the bait. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, he did not see any expert appear. Instead, the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard popped out. It was really comical. He did not want to continue waiting. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, he still wanted to go back and continue cultivating. The stronger he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, the better. In this way, his chances of getting first place in the Longhu selection would be higher. Jia Tianfeng frowned. In theory, the people around him were enough to protect him and had the absolute ability to kill Ling Xiao. But in the end, he still did not dare to be certain. After all, Ling Xiao had broken everyone's imaginations time and time again. He had done many terrifying things that one could not judge. If one used common sense to judge Ling Xiao, the one who would suffer would be himself. Jia Tianfeng retreated, and the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard expressionlessly blocked in front of him. The 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao, because they did not know how powerful Ling Xiao was. They were only loyal dogs guarding the Lingyu courtyard. They did not know much about the outside world, and did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Looking at the wall of people in front of him, Jia Tianfeng calmed down the panic in his heart, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. Everyone from the 5 Poison Hall, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao killed your companions in front of your eyes. Could it be that you were going to let him be so arrogant? Since the 5 dogs of the Lingyu courtyard were not confident, then with the addition of the assassins from the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, it should be enough. This time, the person who came to discuss the assassination of Ling Xiao with Jia Tianfeng was a 4th-level Grotto Heaven Realm Silver Medalist assassin. Although he understood that Jia Tianfeng wanted to use them, he also felt that this was the best choice. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao now, he might not have such a good opportunity in the future. Since he had already accepted Jia Tianfeng's mission, it didn't matter where he went. Young Master Jia, what's our reward after the deed is done? Don't worry, you'll definitely be paid properly. To Jia Tianfeng, money was nothing. What he wanted now was to keep his life. As long as he didn't die now, everything would be fine in the future. Even if the 5 Poison Hall branch demanded an exorbitant price, he would accept it. All right, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, since you've come to die today, don't blame us. The people of the 5 Poisons Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall revealed sinister expressions. If he killed Ling Xiao, not only would he be able to earn a lot of money, he would also be able to avenge his own people. Why not? I'm here to die. You'd better worry about your own matters. Ling Xiao's second goal in stalling for time was to wait for Cold Plum to complete the destruction of the 5 Poison Hall branch. He had already sensed that Cold Plum had arrived, bringing with her a strong stench of blood. The people of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Branch Hall had not yet understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words, but several heads had already been thrown at their feet. Hall Master, Vice Hall Master. The assassins looked at the heads on the ground in horror. Of course, they recognized who they were. Those were the 2 strongest martial artists in their branch. The Hall Master's cultivation had reached the 8th Heavenly Grotto Realm. The Vice Hall Master also had a 5th Heavenly Grotto Realm cultivation. How could they die so easily? They turned their heads to look at the indifferent face of Cold Plum. It's her. It's Ling Xiao's maid. How could she be so strong? At this time, the hearts of the 5 Poison Hall assassins had already collapsed. They had completely lost the courage to fight. The 4th Heavenly Grotto Realm assassin looked at Ling Xiao in panic and said, "Young hero Ling, this is all our fault, but we only took your money to eliminate your disaster. We didn't deliberately want to be your enemy. You've already killed our Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. This should be considered as venting your hatred, right? Can you let us go?" What did you say just now? Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "I think I heard what you said just now. You wanted to join forces with the 5 dogs to kill me, right?" The assassins looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. "Young hero Ling, we can swear that we will never attack you again. I believe that you don't want to make more enemies, right?" The 4th Heavenly Grotto Realm assassin carefully said, "Make more enemies? What a joke. I've never offended your Dark God Hall before, but what did you do? Now you're saying that I've made more enemies?" Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "You're assassins. Since you've accepted someone else's mission, shouldn't you complete it?" Ling Xiao, do you really want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with us? Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't willing to let them go, the assassin was somewhat furious. So what if we shed all pretenses of cordiality? You really think highly of yourself, right? I've even killed your Hall Master and Vice Hall Master. Do you really think that you're stronger than them? Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kill yourselves collectively. At least you'll leave a complete corpse. If you let me do it, you won't be able to leave anything behind." Kill. The fourth Heavenly Grotto Realm assassin's face turned completely black. Since Ling Xiao wasn't willing to forgive them, they could only take action. 5 dogs of Ling Yu attacked together. Jia Tianfeng also gave the order. Cold Plum, watch obediently from the side. Don't let anyone disturb my battle. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly attacked with the Umbra Shadow Sword. At the same time, a huge black sword quickly formed above his head. Fuse. The fusion of the Dark Demon Sword and Umbra Shadow Sword produced a power stronger than the Dark Demon Sword alone. Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate his opponents. After all, among these opponents, there was a fourth Heavenly Grotto Realm assassin. He still had to be careful. A terrifying chill and evil aura suddenly spread throughout the pavilion. In the sky, a terrifying image of a heavenly demon appeared. Kill. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. A terrifying image instantly enveloped all the enemies charging at him. What 5 dogs of Ling Yu? What 5 Poison Hall assassins? Under this sword, only the fourth Heavenly Grotto Realm cultivator was left alive. Even this person was trembling in fear. The weapon in his hand fell to the ground. The key point was that the people who attacked just now died too miserably. That sword seemed to be enveloped by an incomparably terrifying dark energy. Even if the sword chi was blocked, it still couldn't stop the terrifying dark energy from invading. The dead people were like zombies covered in corpse poison. Moreover, their bodies were still in the process of rotting. You're not bad. To be able to block my sword, you're very powerful. Ling Xiao looked at the assassin in front of him and smiled. Chapter 1369. Devil. Devil. The assassin muttered to himself. He had already gone completely insane. How can someone with such poor mental fortitude be an assassin? In my opinion, the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall and the Divine Phoenix Hall are too useless. After saying this, Ling Xiao withdrew that evil aura and pointed a finger at the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm expert, but it shouldn't have been so easy. The problem lay in that terrifying dark demon sword of his. That evil aura combined with his powerful soul energy could corrode a person's heart. You won't even let off someone who's gone insane? What do you know? That's what great kindness is. Since he's gone insane, he should be killed to end his suffering. Lunatics and mental patients are the most dangerous existences in this world. After a long period of shock and fear, the crowd finally regained their composure. They looked at each other and started to talk amongst themselves. Ling Xiao paid no attention to the conversations of the crowd. Instead, he raised his foot and walked toward Jia Tianfeng. As for Kongming, that was secondary. After dealing with Jia Tianfeng, he would deal with Kongming. His step caused Jia Tianfeng to jump up like a startled rabbit. That artificial limb of his was truly nimble. There was no problem in using it at all. Ling Xiao, don't kill me. You can't kill me. The Righteous Alliance will definitely kill you. Do you think it's worth it? You're willing to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash like me? Jia Tianfeng admitted defeat. He was thoroughly terrified. Ling Yu, the 5 dogs, and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall had all died to Ling Xiao's sword in an instant. Just how terrifying was this sword technique that made one's hair stand on end? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He only smiled coldly. He wanted Jia Tianfeng to die in fear. He had never felt the slightest bit of sympathy when dealing with his enemies. This was also the reason why his enemies feared him. Jia Tianfeng would never forget Jia Yun. Back then, Jia Yun had been too arrogant and conceited, resulting in Ling Xiao killing him. Although the current him was stronger than Jia Yun in all aspects of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao had also become stronger. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why did he try to assassinate Ling Xiao? Why did he do such a foolish thing? Wasn't it better to live well? Why did he have to take the lead? Right, Ling Xiao's words. As long as I reveal who's behind the scenes, I can live. No, I can't reveal. That person was 10 times more terrifying than Ling Xiao. If he said it out loud, he would definitely die. But what could he do now? Could he just wait for Ling to come and kill him? Just as he was feeling lost and hesitant, he suddenly heard Kongming's voice. Ling Xiao, I didn't bribe an assassin to kill you. Although I hate you, I can't do such a despicable thing. Jia Tianfeng pulled me along just to give me some courage. Jia Tianfeng looked at Kongming in disbelief. They had clearly agreed to shoulder the burden together. How could this guy betray him so easily in the end? Oh? Then do you know who instructed Jia Tianfeng to hire assassins to kill me? I don't need a definite answer. You just need to tell me a clue, and I won't kill you. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at Kongming with a smile. Kongming hesitated. Kongming, don't be stupid. If you tell me, we'll all die. Jia Tianfeng roared. Idiot, do you think we can live if you don't tell me? Kongming glanced at Jia Tianfeng in disdain. Although the mastermind was terrifying, he might be killed immediately if he didn't tell him now. Therefore, he had to tell him. Kongming, you have to think carefully. If you tell me, not only will you die, but your entire family might be destroyed. Jia Tianfeng said again. Kongming was stunned when he heard this. Jia Tianfeng, you mean to say that I won't touch your family? Ling Xiao indifferently looked at Jia Tianfeng and said, although you call yourself an orphan and were adopted by the Jia clan, I know that your surname is Dark Phoenix and that you are a member of the Dark Phoenix race. Your parents were killed by the Ice Phoenix race, but your grandmother is still alive. It was she who ordered you to infiltrate the Righteous Alliance and seek revenge. But you don't plan to deal with the Ice Phoenix race, and instead make an enemy out of me, a human from the Celestial Dragon continent. Not only have you failed to live up to your grandmother's high hopes, you've also implicated her. You madman. You can't touch my grandmother. Jia Tianfeng panicked. So you're a filial child. Do you understand now? Whether you tell me or not, you'll die. But at the very least, I can guarantee that as long as you tell me, I can guarantee that your grandmother won't die. But if you don't tell me, the first person I'll kill will be her. Ling Xiao casually spoke as if this was a very ordinary matter. Damn, this scoundrel is too despicable. He's using someone else's grandmother to threaten him. Despicable, my ass. Wasn't Jia Tianfeng despicable when he found someone to assassinate Ling Xiao? Does a good person deserve to not be feared? That's right. If Ling Xiao was a good person, a kind-hearted person, then not only would Jia Tianfeng not die, he would continue to target him. That's true. Ling Xiao was able to live until today precisely because he doesn't have those hypocritical tears and piss, and he certainly doesn't have those pointless Virgin Mary complexes. There were still some people in the crowd who understood. Those who lived in the underworld naturally understood what sort of people lived the most easily and what sort of people died the quickest. Fine, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Jia Tianfeng was finally intimidated by Ling Xiao's evil aura. He planned to tell everything and then leave it to the heavens. At the very least, Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Since he had said that he wouldn't harm his grandmother, he definitely wouldn't. Young Master Jia, there are some things that are better left unsaid. Otherwise, no one can help you. Just when Jia Tianfeng had almost completely given up and was about to tell everything to Ling Xiao, a cold voice came from the crowd. Then, a person slowly walked out. He was about 40 years old and dressed like a scholar. However, his body was emitting an intense killing intent. Ling Xiao slightly frowned. This person should be a fourth Paradise Realm expert. However, his aura was much stronger than that of the assassin. There were many reasons why there was such a huge difference in strength between two people of the same cultivation level. Martial spirit, cultivation method, martial skill, Paradise Realm. All of these were possible. However, it was undeniable that cultivation level was not the only factor that measured a person's strength. Steward Jia. Ling Xiao naturally recognized this person. He was the person in charge of Ling Yu Courtyard, Steward Jia. He usually didn't show up. Even if an emperor or a crown prince came, he might not appear. However, today, he had no choice but to appear. This was because Jia Tianfeng couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's threat and was about to reveal a very troublesome matter. Seeing Steward Jia Tianfeng, who had originally been in complete despair and had planned to tell Ling Xiao everything, suddenly changed his expression. Uncle Jia, he used my grandmother to threaten me. I didn't want to say anything at all. Chapter 1370. Steward Jia nodded and indifferently said, I know. It's fine as long as you didn't say anything. As long as Jia Tianfeng did not say anything, he had not done anything wrong. After all, this was the successor of their righteous alliance, and he needed to be protected. Uncle Jia, Ling Xiao is already a second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, but just now, he was able to kill Ling Yu's 5 dogs and several assassins from the 5 Poisons Hall's Divine Phoenix branch in one strike. Don't underestimate him, Jia Tianfeng warned. I saw it. Steward Jia indifferently said, apparently unconcerned about this matter. This was because he could have killed that assassin from the 5 Poisons Hall in one strike, and he would have done it even more cleanly than Ling Xiao. To his left and right stood a pair of jade-green beauties. They seemed to be twins, and they were both at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Behind him, there were 7 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Some people were confused. Even 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists like Ling Yu's 5 dogs were no match for Ling Xiao. So what was the use of 7 First Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists? But those who often visited Ling Yu's courtyard were alarmed. Look carefully. Those 7 aren't people, but barbarian elephant warriors from the elephant race. Could it be them? Right, there's no mistake. These 7 fellows are the 7 sparring partners that have been following Steward Jia around. They're slaves that the Righteous Alliance purchased from the Celestial Dragon continent. Although they're first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, they're born with divine strength and tough skin. Ordinary martial artists would probably need to reach the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm to kill them. Now that you mention it, I also remember that Manager Jia practiced his moves on them. Barbarian elephant warriors find cultivation extremely difficult, so the heavens have bestowed upon them powerful innate abilities. A 1st Grotto Heaven Realm barbarian elephant warrior can spar with an ordinary 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, let alone 7 of them. They should be stronger than Ling Yu's 5 dogs, right? Isn't that obvious? Barbarian elephant warriors have formidable defenses, terrifying self-healing abilities, and boundless strength. If Ling Xiao really fought them, he would have no advantage. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't know what a barbarian elephant warrior was, but he still had some understanding of the elephant race. In the northern part of the Sky Dragon continent, there was a barbarian elephant tribe. Although there were not many of them, they were extremely powerful. It was said that when the True Devil Empire wanted to capture this tribe, they also lost many powerful elite warriors. The Righteous Alliance was truly resourceful. It had even managed to obtain such a fierce warrior. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble this time, but with Cold Plum around, there was no need to be afraid. They looked at Cold Plum, who was standing at the periphery, but found that Cold Plum was nowhere to be seen. Only Ling Xiao knew where Cold Plum had gone. That scoundrel Kongming had actually managed to find reinforcements from the peacock race. Even more troublesome was that this reinforcements had the strength of a 9th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. This was an elder of the peacock race, an absolute expert. Cold Plum was keenly aware that Ling Xiao was no match for this sort of person, so she had stopped him. It was over. Without Cold Plum here, Ling Xiao was doomed. How could Ling Xiao escape in this situation? The situation had been completely reversed in an instant. The crowd was also rather surprised. If Cold Plum was here, Ling Xiao would still be fine, but without Cold Plum, could Ling Xiao really be a match for Steward Jia, the Jade Sword Sisters, and the 7 barbarian elephants? You think that you'll be saved just because they're here? Ling Xiao had completely lost his patience. He coldly stared at Jia Tianfeng. Although he didn't attack, a claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Jia Tianfeng's neck. And you managed to invite an elder of the peacock race to save you. Your face isn't small. Alas, by doing this, you'll not only kill yourself, you'll also kill him. After saying this to Jia Tianfeng, Ling Xiao turned to Kongming. Another claw made of interwoven shadows had gripped Kongming's neck. Jia Tianfeng and Kongming were both flabbergasted. They had never imagined that their clever actions would bring an even greater disaster upon themselves. Steward Jia's face darkened as he froze to the spot. He knew that if he took one more step, Jia Tianfeng would probably be killed by Ling Xiao. If that happened, Alliance Lord Jia would never let him go. Release him, and our righteous alliance will let bygones be bygones. Steward Jia coldly said, Your words don't mean a thing. Ling Xiao didn't give Steward Jia any face. You're just a watchdog raised by someone else. Since when did you have the right to decide the matters of the Jia family? If you invite old man Jia here and let him make the decision, I might really consider it. Of course, it's just a consideration. After all, your Jia family has no integrity to speak of. Impudent. Steward Jia roared. You're the impudent one. A mere watchdog. How dare you speak to this king like that? Ling Xiao also roared. You seem to have forgotten that this king is Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tianlong. Even if you're a member of the Righteous Alliance, you're just a commoner. Who gave you the guts to speak to me like that? The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. They had thought that with Steward Jia and those experts, Ling Xiao would at least try to find a way to reconcile. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. But who would have thought that? Not only did Ling Xiao have no intention of reconciling, he didn't give the other party any face at all. He actually intimidated the other party with his imposing manner. This fellow was really too daring. No wonder he was called the #1 madman of the younger generation. Steward Jia narrowed his eyes and sneered. Dragon King Tianlong? Even if you're a true member of the imperial family, I'll still kill you, let alone a king with a different surname. Now, I'll give you a chance. Release young Master Jia. It's best if you know what's good for you. I've been the steward of Lingyu Courtyard for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anyone who dares to kill a member of our Righteous Alliance here. The smiling face with narrowed eyes was like a smiling wolf that could swallow the enemy at any time. Many people could feel the chill and terror behind these words. But Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He slowly turned around and sat on a chair in the pavilion. Then, he casually picked up a peanut and ate it. After swallowing it, he smiled. Today, I'll let you see how a member of the Jia family dies in Lingyu Courtyard. You're lucky to be able to see it with your own eyes. Arrogant enough, but do you really plan to do this? If you release young Master Jia, it's good for you, it's good for us. But if you don't release him, and he loses a single hair, I'll tear you to shreds. Not only that, your friends and family will also die because of you. Steward Jia still had a smile on his face, but this smile was fake, like a smiling tiger. His voice was filled with intense dissatisfaction and brutal killing intent, as if he could strike at any time and kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Chapter 1371. I know that Jia Tianfeng's life isn't enough to threaten you, but I also don't plan to use his life to threaten you. Now that you're here, he has no value. You will tell me who is manipulating you from behind the scenes. Ling Xiao proudly looked at Steward Jia. His words made everyone rub their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. At this time, your life is in danger, yet you still dare to threaten him? Is there something wrong with your head? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao. Oh, Ling Xiao, you're too conceited. I know what you're relying on. It's none other than that bodyguard of yours, Cold Plum, and Her Highness, the Moon Maiden. Alas, neither of them can help you today, so you should just give up on that idea. Steward Jia heartily laughed. He had dared to so brazenly threaten Ling Xiao precisely because he knew that Ling Xiao's two strongest helpers would not be able to come. Cold Plum was being held down by the old fogies of the Peacock race. The Moon Maiden was being held back by the patriarchs of the Peacock race and Great Peng race, as well as Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance. This time, the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock race, and the Great Peng race had joined forces precisely so that they could kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao did not die, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. In the future, Ling Xiao would definitely grow into an existence even more frightening than the Moon Maiden. When that time came, would they still have any chance of survival? Thus, they could not permit Ling Xiao to continue living. Absolutely not. At this time, Ling Xiao was a loner. Even if he had helpers, they would only be people like Long Chen and Sheng Wanhong. And these people were not even as strong as Ling Xiao, so how much use could they be? Ling Xiao frowned. No wonder he had sensed the Moon Maiden's aura getting farther and farther away. She had been drawn away by the experts of those three clans. It seemed like he had been schemed against in his visit to Ling Yu's residence. But so what if it was a scheme? He had exhausted all his schemes, but he was still no match for strength. Ling Xiao had seen this clearly when he was in the northern desert city. If not for the Moon Maiden's eventual appearance, he would have definitely died at Timur, and Mutu's hands. No matter how great his schemes were, he could only serve as a support. Strength was the key. Today, he was going to personally destroy these plans. Interesting. If I let Jia Tianfeng go, you really won't attack me? But there's one thing. Oh? You killed young Master Jia, and everyone around you will be buried with you. Manager Jia said sinisterly. Interesting. In other words, whether I release Jia Tianfeng or not, I may die in the end. And if I die, I have no way of knowing how you will deal with my friends and family. What a good plan. Although Ling Xiao was smiling, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming could feel the hand on their necks tightening. You truly are smart, but it's meaningless. No matter what decision you make today, you'll still die. Seeing that Ling Xiao had seen through their thoughts, Steward Jia decided to reveal his ferocious face, no longer hiding anything. Haha, since that's the case, what else is there to say? I, Ling Xiao, swear that the Peacock race, the Great Peng race, and the Righteous Alliance will not rest in peace because of your actions. Ling Xiao's killing intent soared into the heavens, turning the white clouds pitch black. Finally, Ling Xiao had formally declared war on the Peacock race, the Great Peng race, and the Righteous Alliance. Arrogant. Try me if you dare. Steward Jia's face darkened. He had never seen someone as ignorant as Ling Xiao. Do you know, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming? The two of you could have survived, but this man insisted on pushing the two of you onto the path of death. Everyone present heard that, yes? A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. From the day he killed Jia Yun, crippled Kong He, and killed Peng Yu, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Peng race were already like fire and water. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was just that the two sides had been restraining themselves all this time. But Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's repeated attempts to assassinate him had turned this restraint into a fierce battle. Today's battle was unavoidable. Starting today, in Divine Phoenix Empire, with Ling Xiao, there would be no Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock race, or Great Peng race. With those three clans, there would be no Ling Xiao. Stop. Steward Jia paled. He knew that Ling Xiao was truly about to attack. Stop? Do you really think that you can threaten me? Ling Xiao scornfully looked at Steward Jia and lightly snapped his fingers. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's eyes immediately bulged. The two of them had been strangled in death, and they hadn't even had the chance to cry for help. Dead. They really were dead. Ling Xiao had actually killed Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming right in front of Steward Jia. Last time, Ling Xiao had killed Jia Yun and Jia Lin and crippled Kong He. This time, he didn't do any worse than the last time. The crowd stared at the two limp corpses on the ground, panic on their faces. This was Ling Yu's residence, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance's young lord, Jia Tianfeng, had been killed here. How ironic was this? If Jia Tianfeng had not offended Ling Xiao, then given his talent and aptitude, he would have been able to become a tyrant at the very least, a qualified Righteous Alliance lord. Alas, not only had he offended Ling Xiao, he had even sent assassins to assassinate Ling Xiao. Even more speechless was that his foolish uncle Jia, Steward Jia, had dared to use Ling Xiao's family and friends as a threat. To Ling Xiao, family and friends were his reverse scale. Steward Jia stood there, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Even with him present, Jia Tianfeng had still been killed. Would Alliance Lord Jia let him go? He truly didn't dare to think about this matter. His heart was trembling. How could he save himself? Yes, if he killed Ling Xiao and brought Ling Xiao's head to the Alliance Lord, he might be able to save his own life. He had committed far too grave a mistake today. He had never imagined that Ling Xiao would still dare to act so arrogantly after losing the help of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum. Just what was he relying on? No matter what he was relying on, Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. He swore. Very angry, right? Very confused, right? Ling Xiao continued to smile at Steward Jia. All of you are truly stupid. Do you think I don't know where my friend Cold Plum has gone? Do you think I don't know where my big sister Moon Lady has gone? It's true that they don't have the time to help me, but there's really no need for the two of them to do anything with just a few rotten fish like you. I alone am enough. I'll definitely kill you. Steward Jia didn't even hear Ling Xiao's words. He only knew that if Ling Xiao didn't die today, he would die. A terrifying murderous aura erupted as Steward Jia's figure flashed and charged towards Ling Xiao with an extremely terrifying speed and brutal strength. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally put down his wine cup and stood up. Chapter 1372. Looking at Steward Jia's figure, Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with intense coldness and killing intent. This person was just a watchdog of the Jia family, yet he wanted to kill his entire family, kill all of his friends and relatives. Could he endure it? No. He didn't want to wait until the other party killed his friends before taking revenge. By then, it would be too late. Therefore, he had to strike first. Both of them possessed incomparably powerful killing intent and hatred. Neither of them wanted to see the other alive. This battle was unavoidable. Many of the onlookers couldn't help but avoid it, afraid that they would be implicated. About a few hundred meters away from the pavilion, the crown prince, Feng Yinshan, who had just arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard, sat on a wooden chair. Standing beside him was Ming Jin and Feng Yanran. I'm still too late. Although Feng Yinshan said this, a smile appeared on his face. The more eye-catching Ling Xiao was, the better it would be for him. At that time, no one would notice what he was doing. The most stupid thing about Feng Ming Wuliang was that he had provoked a madman like Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had no time to care about his development with Feng Ming Qishan. This was definitely a good thing for him, because his opponent might only be Feng Ming Qishan. Cousin, aren't you going to help him? Although Feng Yanran wanted to distance herself from Ling Xiao, she couldn't bear to see Ling Xiao be killed. There's no need. Don't you know Ling Xiao's abilities? You were watching what happened that night. Feng Yinshan said indifferently, let's wait and see. If necessary, this king will definitely take action. After all, he is a very important ally of mine. Feng Yanran opened her mouth, then suddenly sighed and sat down. She looked at the battle that was about to erupt in the distance with a complicated expression. 7 barbarian elephants, trap him. Don't let him escape, but don't kill him either. I want to turn this guy into a human swine and make him suffer forever. Steward Jia revealed his ferocious expression. Not only did he want to kill Ling Xiao, he also wanted to make Ling Xiao suffer the most painful torture in the world. You two, attack together. Although Manager Jia was enraged, he was fully aware of Ling Xiao's craftiness and valiance. He was originally going to attack Ling Xiao in a fit of rage, but he forced himself to stop and ordered his 9 subordinates to attack together. They were 2 beautiful sisters at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, 7 Grotto Heaven Realm barbarian elephant warriors. In addition, he was a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He didn't believe that such a lineup couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With such a lineup, there would be no accidents. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the 7 tall and mighty barbarian elephant warriors, as well as the 2 sisters who were as delicate and charming as jade, but their eyes were filled with ferocity. His cold gaze flickered. Within his body, the domain elemental energy was continuously condensing. These people were indeed much more powerful than the group of good-for-nothings from before. Perhaps he would have to use the move he had just comprehended. Taking a deep breath, a huge black sword hovered above his head once more. His hand was still tightly gripping the Umbra Shadow sword. Fuse. The 2 swords merged into one. The Umbra Shadow sword instantly exuded an extremely terrifying evil aura. It spread everywhere as if the evilest thing in the world had gathered. Everyone has the right to kill evil. Manager Jia frowned. He weighed the power of Ling Xiao's move and judged that he should be able to block it. Even if the 7 barbarian elephants joined forces, they would be able to block this move. Therefore, he was relieved. This move should be Ling Xiao's strongest move. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely die. However, this evil and terrifying aura still caused the twin sisters to slow down for a moment. However, it was only for a moment. They still had the ability to deal with the current Ling Xiao. However, if they allowed this kid to continue growing, they wouldn't have the ability to deal with him in the future. Therefore, this person must die. Perfect combination sword. Kill. The 2 girls combined their swords, and a terrifying pressure quickly rose. The entire pavilion suddenly trembled, and creaking sounds could be heard as if it could collapse at any time. The lake water under the pavilion was also crazily swirling, filled with uneasiness. Crack! The 7 barbarian elephants actually tore the pavilion down from the lake and held it in their hands. These barbarian elephant warriors, who were about 3 meters tall on average, were really strong. Are you trying to trap me? Aren't you afraid of restricting your own combat strength? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. He felt that Manager Jia had actually given a very stupid order. If the 7 barbarian elephants attacked him together with the twins, it might have worked. However, Manager Jia thought that he was going to run, so he let the 7 barbarian elephants trap him. This actually suppressed the 7 barbarian elephants' combat strength. Would Ling Zhao run? Of course not. At least not now. Because at this moment, no one here could kill him, so there was no need for him to run. He was waiting for the moment when the twins approached. However, Manager Jia was quite cunning. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stood outside the pavilion, condensing his domain of origin energy, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Forget it. I'll kill your subordinates first. It won't be too late to kill you later. Ling Zhao glanced at Manager Jia. He couldn't be anxious when dealing with such a cunning fellow. The more anxious he was, the further away the situation would be from his thoughts. The resplendent sword light was getting closer and closer to Ling Zhao. The glaring light made many warriors unable to open their eyes. The power of the twins working together was really not to be underestimated. However, Ling Zhao did not dodge. Dark Sword Domain. The sword domain unfolded. This was the first step. The surrounding 10 meters were covered in pitch-black darkness. Then, a bright moon appeared behind Ling Zhao. The surroundings were filled with chaotic darkness. Using the mountain and river martial spirit in the sword domain combined with one's moves was usually very difficult to be seen through and discovered. In the darkness, the Devil Sword's power would also be stronger. This was the reason why Ling Zhao released the Dark Sword domain. People looked at this pitch-black paradise and felt some fear in their hearts. It's really terrifying. This Ling Zhao is simply a devil god descending to the world. But isn't the devil race a race outside the mystic world? Who knows? It's probably because he's cultivating some kind of evil cultivation method. It's really terrifying. Everyone was in a state of panic and restlessness. Warriors with slightly weaker cultivation had already fainted after being invaded by that terrifying aura. They had nightmares one after another. Therefore, in the mystic world, even if you wanted to watch the show, you had to have the ability. If you didn't have that ability, you would probably be implicated while watching the show. All of you deserve to die. Dark Devil Sword, Heavenly Devil Extermination. The Heavenly Devil Destruction art combined with the Dark Devil Sword. This was his first actual combat attempt. In that instant, pitch-black darkness enveloped everyone's hearts. Even many warriors couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Chapter 1373. The warriors couldn't see anything in the darkness even with their inner strength. Eerie, cold, terrifying, strange, evil. This strike was like a massacre at the end of the world. It made people feel dispirited and give up. Sky Demon Extermination? Although the crowd couldn't see anything, they heard Ling Zhao's voice. Could it be that Ling Zhao actually cultivated the extremely evil and sinister demonic world destruction art? That's impossible. His cultivation hasn't reached that level. That's a martial art that only top Yin-Yang realm warriors are qualified to cultivate. But if it's not the Sky Demon world destruction art, what could it be? Why is it so dark and terrifying? No one could answer this question. They couldn't see Fanghua in Ling Zhao's strike. In the darkness was Ling Zhao's senior sister. At that moment, almost all the warriors present were blinded. The pitch-black space made them feel like they were blind. The 7 brute elephants became nervous and restless when they couldn't see Ling Zhao. The twins were even more frightened. They suddenly stopped attacking because they couldn't determine where Ling Zhao was. They could only turn their attacks into defenses. A strong sense of danger grew in the hearts of the 7 brute elephants and the twins. They were terrified. Manager Jia also panicked. Although he wasn't trapped in the terrifying dark sword domain, he could feel the fate of his subordinates. What's going on inside? The warriors who escaped from the dark sword domain all had the same question. In front of them was a huge black sphere. The black sphere was the dark sword domain. They had no idea what was going on inside. They've probably started fighting, right? Someone guessed. Boom. A loud sound came from the dark space. Then, the space cracked open like an eggshell. A few figures could be vaguely seen standing inside. Manager Jia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there were multiple figures, it meant that his subordinates weren't all dead. It seemed that although Ling Zhao's attack was shocking, it wasn't very effective. The darkness gradually faded away. Manager Jia's expression became extremely ugly. There were still people standing. However, the only one who was truly alive was Ling Xiao. The 7 brute elephants were still in the same state and posture as before, but their bodies had all turned purplish black, and they were continuously rotting. There was a reason why Ling Xiao chose the Dark Demon Sword. The Dark Demon Sword had terrifying corrosive properties, which played a key role in breaking through the powerful defenses of the barbarian elephant warriors. It was impossible for a martial artist's defense to be all-encompassing. At the very least, there were still 7 orifices. As for the 2 jade-like beauties, they had already become 2 piles of pitch-black stagnant water, completely devoid of human form. He actually killed them all? The crowd's hearts could not help but twitch violently. Dark Demonic Sword, Demonic Extermination Body was too terrifying. In one move, he had killed 7 barbarian elephant warriors and 2 divine phoenix warriors who were equivalent to 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. And from the looks of it, Ling Xiao seemed to be completely unharmed. What was the cultivation level of this Ling Xiao? How could it be so terrifying? People felt a strong sense of disbelief and shock. If Ling Xiao had killed the 5 dogs Ling Yu and the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall branch in one move, they could still understand it as him underestimating his opponent. But this time, the 7 barbarian elephants and the twins were clearly fully prepared, and they had even taken the initiative to attack. In the end, they were unable to withstand a single strike. How terrifying was Ling Zhao's sword? Mingjin, what do you think? Feng Yinshan asked indifferently. This Ling Zhao's talent in martial arts is truly terrifying. To be disrespectful, I'm afraid that even the crown prince of the Hidden Mountains is inferior to him. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a terrifying move. He probably created it himself. Ming Jin's face was also filled with shock. Although he was confident that he could block Ling Zhao's move, one could not forget that his cultivation level was much higher. Ling Zhao's cultivation level was only at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, and he was only a 17-year-old youth. This kind of potential was truly terrifying. You're right. Feng Yinshan nodded. How could he not know of Ling Zhao's terrifying talent? If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have formed an alliance with Ling Xiao. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the safer he would be. But once all his enemies were eliminated, how would he face Ling Xiao? It seemed that he had to recruit more experts to his side. Mingjin, how far has the Heavenly General Pavilion developed? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. Mingjin glanced at Feng Yinran, seemingly hesitant. It doesn't matter. Just tell me. Feng Yinshan said indifferently. Yinran is one of us? Yes, Your Highness. According to your instructions, the Heavenly General Pavilion is currently recruiting experts from the Divine Phoenix Continent, Sky Dragon Continent, 7 Martial Grandmaster Island, and 5 Immortal Island. Everything is going smoothly, but most of the people recruited are Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's still difficult to recruit Yin Yang Realm cultivators. Ming Jin replied, There's no rush. There aren't many Yin Yang Realm experts. If there's no other way, we can reach out to the White Tiger Continent. I believe that there will be people willing to come. Feng Yinshan chuckled. Understood, Your Highness. As the two of them spoke, the crowd on the other side was also discussing. It was only today that these people suddenly understood that the young man who had just stepped into the Heaven Realm was now a terrifying Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He was really growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had grown into a terrifying martial artist. However, no matter how much time had passed, his temperament had not changed at all. He was still doing things his own way without fear. He dared to destroy anyone who dared to provoke him. Kill Jia Tianfeng. Kill Kong Ming. He did not even frown at the person who killed Steward Jia. At this moment, Steward Jia's expression was uncertain. He was thinking, if he had attacked at the same time, what would the result have been? Would he have been able to block that attack? He would definitely be able to block it, but he would definitely not be unharmed. What a despicable brat. He actually left such a powerful move for the last. Fortunately, he was careful. Otherwise, he would have been tricked by him. Ling Xiao, you've already exposed your trump card. Let's see what else you can do to escape from me alive. Even though Steward Jia still had a trace of fear in his heart, at this moment, he had no choice but to release it. Jia Tianfeng's death had forced him to a dead end. His subordinates had also been killed by a single sword strike. Of course, he could not let them die in vain. This brat had to be eliminated as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. If he was late, he might be able to grow again. With this guy's growth speed, he would escape from everyone's control sooner or later. He originally thought that luring Ling Xiao into Ling Zhao's courtyard to surround and kill him would be a flawless plan. This inescapable net would definitely not allow Ling Xiao to escape. Chapter 1374. Steward Jia thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to escape today even if he had wings. However, the cruel truth told him that Ling Xiao had no intention of escaping at all. On the contrary, this guy was on a killing spree. Steward Jia had actually seen Ling Xiao fight before. Although he didn't go out often, when Ling Xiao first came to the imperial capital, he had defeated Jia Yun in Ling Yu's courtyard. At that time, in Steward Jia's eyes, Ling Xiao was just an ant that could be crushed at any time. He didn't even have the thought of making a move. At that time, was Ling Xiao at the 7 Stars Heaven Realm or the 6 Arts Heaven Realm? He had forgotten that everyone below the Grotto Heaven Realm was an ant. This was his truest thought at that time. However, he didn't expect that the current Ling Xiao could kill 9 martial artists who were equivalent to the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm with one sword move. Although this had something to do with his error in judgment, it was already very terrifying. He absolutely couldn't give Ling Xiao any more time to live. This guy would definitely grow into a real monster. Steward Jia, you just said that you want to turn me into a human swine? You can continue now. I'd like to see if it's you or me who will become a human swine today. Ling Xiao stood there, holding a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in black gas, as if he was a demon god who stepped out of the demon realm. His words made people feel incomparably cold. The crowd couldn't help but tremble. It seemed that they were all wrong. Today, it wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't get out of here, but that Steward Jia was doomed. Ling Xiao made it clear that he wanted to destroy Ling Yu's courtyard. From the beginning to the end, he had never been afraid of Steward Jia. Originally, people thought that Ling Xiao was just unwilling to give in and was just showing a tough attitude. He was just pretending to be fat. However, after the battle just now, they understood. Ling Xiao wasn't pretending, nor was he ignorant. He was truly powerful. At this moment, they were actually a little worried about Steward Jia. 9 of his subordinates had been killed in an instant. Would Steward Jia still have the strength to fight against Ling Xiao? Steward Jia's face turned gloomy and even a little red. A 17-year-old youth actually dared to provoke him, a 40-year-old middle-aged man, in front of so many people. Although his cultivation wasn't considered strong, he was still a cultivator at the 4th Paradise Realm. Although he couldn't rampage through the imperial capital, there weren't many in the younger generation who dared to clamor with him. There was no one under the age of 20. But today, he encountered it. The other party stood there. His body, which was not very tall, looked so mighty and valiant. His heart actually twitched a little. Could he win? He actually began to doubt his own strength. No, he would definitely win. Boom. A terrifying aura gushed out, reaching its peak. Although it was humiliating for him to fight with a 17-year-old child with all his strength. However, he had no choice but to do so today because his opponent was not to be trifled with. He had to be careful. Even though he felt incomparably humiliated, he could only accept it. Haha, the Righteous Alliance's Steward Jia is actually bullying the young. That's right. He's already in his 40s, but he dares to bully a 17-year-old child and call him despicable. Truly shameless. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let him hear you. Otherwise, a despicable fellow like that is capable of doing anything. Although many of the spectators were esteemed figures of the capital, not all of them had close ties to the 8 great clans. There were still many people who felt that the Righteous Alliance was being too much of a bully. You've sent assassins to kill others time and time again. And now that your people have been killed, you're still angry and want to exterminate the other party's entire family. In any case, you're in the right, and the other party should just kneel there and let you kill them? All of you, shut up. If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll kill them all. Steward Jia angrily roared. The crowd immediately quieted down. Steward Jia's cultivation wasn't top class, but it was still extremely powerful. At the very least, among the spectators, there was no one stronger than him besides Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin. Thus, his words were still effective. Everyone knew that Steward Jia was currently in a fit of rage. To provoke this fellow at a time like this was purely seeking trouble for oneself. Once a cornered dog jumped over a wall, this fellow would truly dare to kill anyone. Steward Jia was very satisfied that the crowd had been silenced. He coldly stared at Ling Xiao and spoke in the cruelest tone in the world. Ling Xiao, I once warned you that if you kill young Master Jia, you won't be the only one to die. Your family, your friends, they will all die. Even if the Moon Maiden is willing to protect them, she can't protect them completely. As long as the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan still exists, even if I can't kill you today, you will see your family and friends leave you one by one and die miserable deaths. I will have you die in endless pain and torment. This is the price for not listening to me. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as he stared at Steward Jia and spoke in a voice that seemed capable of freezing the river. You also listen well. Your words will make your Jia clan pay the most grievous price. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am not dead, as long as my heavenly empire is not destroyed, your Jia clan will definitely be in turmoil. I know that you will take revenge, so I won't let you live. You already have no chance. When Steward Jia said this, the sound of joints cracking could be heard from his body, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was also rather surprised. As his joints cracked, Steward Jia's aura grew stronger and stronger. This was a sudden surge in power. As the sunlight shone on Steward Jia's body, his shadow rapidly grew larger. After some seconds, a terrifying scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Steward Jia isn't human? He doesn't seem to be from any of the Divine Phoenix race? Just what race is this fellow? The Hell race. Feng Yinshan also stood up and looked in surprise at the 4 to 5 meter tall figure in the distance. Rumor has it that there are 2 parallel continents closest to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. One of them is the Immortal Court continent, where the immortals live. The other one is the Hell continent, where the Hell race lives. Rumor has it that the Hell continent is connected to the underworld, outside the mystic world. Although it can't be reached, the aura of the underworld is constantly transmitted to the Hell continent. The warriors there are affected by the aura of the underworld. They all have strange appearances and are very ferocious. At this moment, Steward Jia was dressed in a strange black and red color. There was even a pair of black horns on his head. Although his overall appearance was very similar to a human's, his appearance was extremely ferocious. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. Why would someone from the Hell race come to the Divine Phoenix continent? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't it be the warriors from our side who go there? Ming Jin asked in surprise. Of course they can come over. However, due to the influence of the mystic world's laws, they will consume a lot of their cultivation. Furthermore, they can't expose their true form for a long time. Today, he was really forced into a corner by Ling Xiao, so he had no choice but to reveal his true form to fight. Feng Yinshan explained. Chapter 1375. Feng Yinshan sighed. Ling Xiao is truly in danger. Right now, Steward Jia's strength is at least equivalent to a 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. What's even more terrifying is that the Hell race's martial artists have terrifying talents that humans cannot compare to. That demonic sword has no effect on him. Cousin, you should step out and mediate. We can't let this battle continue. Feng Yanran was worried. No. Feng Yinshan shook his head. I still haven't reached the point where I have to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Righteous Alliance. This sort of obvious favoritism will make the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan lose a great deal of face. Are we just going to watch him die? Feng Yanran called out. Everything is his own choice. No one else can help him. Feng Yinshan was not Ling Xiao's friend. Ling Xiao knew this, and so did Feng Yinshan. He and Ling Xiao were only allies. When he could help, he would help. However, if he couldn't, he definitely wouldn't rashly help, because that might drag him into the abyss of failure. Ha 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 ha. Steward Jia's voice was much coarser than before. Ling Xiao, you're very lucky to be able to see my true body before you die. Now you understand what I'm saying. If I say that you must die, you must die. At this moment, he stood there like a small mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that caused Ling Xiao's black energy to shrink back. In front of him, Ling Xiao was like a dwarf. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, he was inferior. This was yet another unexpected reversal. The crowd was somewhat numb. Today's battle had allowed them to see far too many strange things, and far too many shocks. Ling Xiao should be regretting it now, right? He's probably thinking about running away. The gap in strength has widened once more, and it feels like Ling Xiao's demonic energy is inferior to Steward Jia's. His reputation has been ruined. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao with some regret. They had believed that today, they would be able to see a peerless genius step on the corpse of the Righteous Alliance and rise up. However, it was a pity that this monster was going to be killed soon. The battle had been suspenseful for a long time, but now, there was no suspense at all. What people were most concerned about was what Ling Xiao would do. Would he beg for mercy? At this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. To be honest, your strength really gave me a fright. With my current strength, killing a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist shouldn't be a problem, even if you are the strongest of the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. However, the current you should have the strength of a 6th Paradise, right? I am truly no match for you. Now you want to beg for mercy? It's too late. I've already said that you shouldn't have killed young Master Jia. In that case, you might still die, but we can consider sparing your family and friends. Now, it's too late. You've pushed yourself onto the path of death. You no longer have any chance. Manager Jia's blood-red eyes stared at Ling Xiao as he laughed coldly. Beg for mercy? No, you seem to be mistaken. In Ling Xiao's dictionary, there is no such thing as begging for mercy. As Ling Xiao spoke, his aura rose once again. However, this time, what emerged from his body was no longer a dark and evil aura, but a blazing and bright aura. Since the demonic sword didn't work, he would use the divine sword. If the Skyfiend Apocalypse art didn't work, he would use the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. Although his aura wasn't as strong as Manager Jia's, his fighting spirit didn't lose out to Manager Jia's at all. In Ling Xiao's opinion, begging for mercy was the most useless thing. Begging for mercy when facing someone like Manager Jia would only make him more complacent. In the end, a battle would still be unavoidable. Even if he didn't beg for mercy, he would still have to fight. In that case, why should Ling Xiao pretend to be a coward? He wasn't the kind of person who was shameless. Ling Xiao had always been very clear that he could rely on the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. However, if the two of them were tied down by others, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, he had always been tempering himself, training himself, and cultivating and improving himself crazily. He hoped that one day, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone and would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. Arrogance. Pride. There was an absolute pride in this young man's body. Although his backbone wasn't a divine artifact or Dharma treasure, it was the most tenacious thing in the world. If he didn't want to fall, no one could force him to lower his head. Unless he was killed. This was a true man. He was born to be an outstanding man, and he would die a heroic spirit. Over there, he was an unyielding true man. So what if his strength was inferior to others? So what if he had to face death? Nothing could make him bend his knees and give up his pride. Jia Tianfeng and the others had pride. As for Ling Xiao, he had pride. A man couldn't be arrogant, but he couldn't be without pride. Do you know, I hate the look in your eyes. Today, not only will I turn you into a human swine, but I will also dig out your eyes so that you can never look at me with those eyes again. In the face of great strength, your courage is not worth mentioning at all. Steward Jia sneered. Perhaps, but it's better to die standing than kneeling. Ling Xiao said indifferently, it makes no difference to you. Whether you stand or kneel, you will become a human swine. At this point, Steward Jia suddenly stomped on the ground. At that moment, the ground shook. The place where Ling Xiao was standing was like a bumpy boat, unable to calm down. At this moment, Steward Jia moved. His body, which was 4 to 5 meters tall, was actually so agile. The strange weapon in his hand that looked like a huge iron shovel slashed at Ling Xiao. The tyrannical and terrifying aura could be clearly seen with the naked eye. The pavilion was completely destroyed. The wooden bridge over the lake was also destroyed. The surrounding warriors retreated one after another, standing further away. Even the trees were filled with people. Good timing. Ling Xiao roared and his body suddenly swayed. The sword in his hand pierced out sharply. He did not intend to fight force with force. Fighting force with such a monster was purely asking for trouble. Unless Ling Xiao's dragon bloodline was completely unsealed and entered the dragon transformation state, he might be able to. But now, he had to rely on his agility and speed to deal with the opponent. He knew that the opponent was very strong, but in terms of speed, he might not be faster than him. Chi! Bang! To Ling Xiao's surprise, although he avoided Steward Jia's attack, his sword also pierced the opponent's arm. However, it was useless. The powerful aura of the 6th Grotto Heaven realm erupted. It was like a gust of wind that blew him away. He was blown dozens of meters away and fell into the water. Ling Xiao could fight above his level, but there was a limit. It was not easy to kill a 4th Grotto Heaven realm warrior with the cultivation of the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. But now, he was facing a 6th Grotto Heaven realm warrior. The gap was too big. It was almost impossible to defeat him. Chapter 1376. Don't pretend to be dead. I know you're still alive. Steward Jia did not think that his recoil would be able to kill Ling Xiao. That guy's body was very strong. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, thousands of terrifying rays of light suddenly shot out from the originally calm lake. Then, a ball of light rose up. Ling Xiao's body was already covered by the light. The huge shadow sword in his hand had obviously merged with the power of the divine sword of light. Bright, dazzling, blazing, holy, noble. The sword pierced towards Steward Jia's arm. This sword was almost the complete opposite of the demonic sword. This caused the onlookers to feel extremely discordant. It was clearly so evil before, but now it had become so holy and noble. What was going on? Qi. This sword finally pierced through Steward Jia's protective Yuan Qi. However, once again, Ling Xiao was sent flying. There was only a small burn on Steward Jia's arm that did not seem to be much of a problem. Is this your attack? Why does it feel like you're tickling me? Steward Jia looked at Ling Xiao and laughed to his heart's content. It really doesn't work? Ling Xiao sighed. A shadow helped him to stop his body from retreating. Looks like I have to strengthen my attack. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared behind him once again. It was a boundless blue sky. There were no white clouds or rainbows. There was only a blazing red sun hanging there. Then, the divine sword of light in Ling Xiao's hand became brighter. Divine sword of light. Rising sun transformation. Ling Xiao's attack just now was just a test. He wanted to know how strong Steward Jia's defense was. Now he understood that the divine sword of light alone could not hurt the other party. It was only possible with the addition of rising sun transformation. Seeing this strange scene, the crowd revealed a horrified expression. A dark demonic sword had killed more than 10 Grotto Heaven realm warriors. Now, another divine sword of light had appeared. It was so blazing and dazzling that their eyes were unable to look straight at it. Just how many trump cards did this Ling Xiao have that he had yet to reveal? Manager Jia was also stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to have a move stronger than the heavenly demon extermination just now. But a moment later, he regained his calm and indifference. No matter how dazzling your attack is, it won't be able to cause me the slightest bit of damage. In the face of absolute strength, even the strongest move is useless. Really? You will definitely pay for what you said? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The strength of a martial artist depended on his cultivation, moves, martial soul, bloodline, body, and other factors. The strength of the moves was also one of the factors. Then let's see who pays the price. Manager Jia disdained Ling Xiao's attack. Because Ling Xiao's previous attack did not cause him much damage, he felt a strong sense of complacency. Go to hell. He no longer tried to defend himself. Instead, he focused all of his energy on attacking. The furious giant iron shovel swept towards Ling Xiao with a ferocious storm of hell. Ling Xiao was also not afraid. With a thrust of his sword, the entire Ling Yu courtyard was filled with dazzling light. Most of the martial artists could not see anything. They could only faintly see a rising sun rushing out at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, the light dissipated. Ling Xiao stood there with a pale face. There were dozens of wounds all over his body that were bleeding. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Manager Jia was desperately roaring in pain. Flames were rolling on his body, and a strong burnt smell was constantly being released. Ling Xiao won. It seems so. Manager Jia was burned to such a state. No way. A second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist defeated a sixth Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Who would believe such a thing? But the truth in front of you, can you not believe it? In the crowd, many martial artists were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had seen. Poochie. Just when everyone thought that Manager Jia was about to die, an extremely fast figure flew out from the flame and directly pierced Ling Xiao's body. What's going on? The reversal of the plot was too fast, and the crowd was confused. Standing behind Ling Xiao was a small figure about a foot tall. It was also red all over, but it was extremely ugly. As for that huge body, it had already been burned to ashes. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao. Oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect it, did you? That huge body was just a special ability of my martial soul. Now you know what despair is, right? The small figure did not stop attacking. It turned around and stabbed at Ling Xiao again. But this time, Ling Xiao did not let it succeed. He took a delicate step. Although the speed was not fast, it was obviously according to a special array. The small figure could not figure out his path, so it could not attack him. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, Motherf asterisk cur. Luckily I avoided the vital parts, otherwise I would have died. I didn't expect that there would be such a strange martial soul in this world. The small figure was Manager Jia's real body. Before Ling Xiao used the rising sun change, he did not expose his real body because he felt that it was not necessary. But now, he had to expose himself. Ling Xiao's rising sun change was too terrifying, which was something that Manager Jia did not expect. That power had almost taken his life. Cousin, that small figure is Manager Jia? He's really short and ugly. What kind of martial soul does he have? Feng Yanran forgot to worry at this time. Instead, she was attracted by Manager Jia's strange transformation. There's nothing strange about this. The mystic world is very big and there are all kinds of strange things. If I remember correctly, his martial soul should be the human skin martial soul recorded in the book. Feng Yinshan explained. This kind of martial soul can not only change one's body, but also use the abilities of the changed body. Of course, the strength of the abilities is still the same as one's cultivation. Why does this martial soul sound so scary? Feng Yanran asked again. It's not scary, but it's really evil. This is because the changes of the human skin martial soul require human lives to maintain. This Manager Jia has killed countless warriors in order to strengthen his human skin martial soul. The corner of Feng Yinshan's mouth twitched. This kind of evil martial soul was only recorded in books. This was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even with his wisdom, he felt that he could not accept it. While Feng Yinshan was speaking, Manager Jia did not attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he pounced on the corpses of the assassins who had died in battle. Then, his body quickly changed. His appearance turned into that of the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm assassin. This idiot assassin has a powerful martial soul but doesn't know how to use it. Then, let me take it. The corner of Manager Jia's mouth revealed a cold smile. It was sinister and ferocious. Chapter 1377. Steward Jia revealed a sinister smile. Then, his body suddenly flashed and turned into a ray of light that shot toward Ling Xiao. Radiant Sword Realm, kill. At this time, Ling Xiao was ambushed by Steward Jia, so his body was unable to move. After eating the elixir, he was still recovering, so he could only use the Sword Realm to resist. Rays of sword chi shot toward Steward Jia like thousands of arrows. It was very powerful. Child's play. However, Steward Jia wasn't afraid of the terrifying sword beams at all. His body transformed into an ice-cold liquid and easily dodged the sword beam's attacks. Raindrop Martial Soul? Ling Xiao finally understood what the martial soul of the assassin that Steward Jia had mentioned was. Raindrop. It was actually Raindrop. Although the raindrop was small, it had an incomparably magical effect, especially in the hands of a killer. It was a pity that the killer was too stupid. He was killed before he could use the special effect of the martial soul. Now that the martial soul was in Steward Jia's hands, it was used to perfection. Within Ling Xiao's radiant sword domain, Steward Jia moved about with ease, completely unobstructed. No, it looks like I can't block it. Ling Xiao frowned. The sun and moon shined together behind him, and then the sword realm changed again. Sun and Moon Sword Realm. The power of the Sun and Moon Sword Realm might not be stronger than the Radiant Sword Realm and the Dark Sword Realm, but it was more concentrated. There was no gap for the opponent to dodge. Light radiated in all directions, and Steward Jia obviously paused for a moment. He probably did not expect Ling Xiao's Sword Realm to have such a change. Ling Xiao is so young, but his heavenly abode realm has so many changes. If he is not a demon, there will be no demon in this world. That's right. To be able to force Steward Jia to this extent, he's pretty strong. Even if he really dies here today, his reputation will definitely spread. He will be the #1 genius in 100 years. Don't forget, there is still Ji Lingyue. Who is Ji Lingyue? Ji Lingyue. Forget it. Let's watch the battle. Although the crowd was discussing, no one wanted to miss such an exciting battle. In the face of Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword domain, Steward Jia let out a furious roar. His body was actually enveloped by a huge mass of raindrops. When the sword aura struck the raindrops, it actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. It was actually unable to stop Steward Jia's attack. It's useless, Ling Xiao. You're dead meat today. After Manager Jia revealed his true form, he completely unleashed his strength. He's even more powerful than the giant monster from before. I reckon that even a martial artist at the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm is no match for him, right? Ling Xiao does have a lot of skills, but no matter how many skills he has, they are still too insignificant in the face of great power. Watching this battle, people shook their heads helplessly. Ling Xiao's moves were varied, and almost every one of them was very powerful. However, the gap between his cultivation and Steward Jia's was too big. Such moves could only bring the strength of the two closer, but could not completely make up for it. Although Ling Xiao's performance was much better than the other martial artists at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, after all, under the powerful Steward Jia's attack, if it were someone else, they would have already died. Ling Xiao was actually still alive, and had even destroyed Steward Jia's powerful human skin transformation. It was impossible for that attack to have no effect on Steward Jia. At the very least, it had consumed a large amount of Steward Jia's domain energy, which was quite good. It was a pity that such a monstrous person would fall here today. Speaking of which, it was really a pity. Steward Jia's expression was cold. Today, Ling Xiao had made him lose face. Not only did he kill Jia Tianfeng in front of him, but he also destroyed his human skin transformation. Because of this, he revealed his ugly true form. That was his Achilles heel, something he was unwilling to expose for the rest of his life. Therefore, his hatred for Ling Xiao couldn't even be described as bone deep. He couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao also looked at Steward Jia. The Sun-Moon Sword domain was still releasing sword energy. Although it couldn't completely stop Steward Jia, it could slow down Steward Jia's speed and buy time for him to recover. Ling Xiao, don't worry. I won't kill you today. I'll still say the same thing. I'll make you into a human swine. I'll let you live and feel the pain of your friends and family dying one by one. I'll torture you to death. As he got closer and closer to Ling Xiao, Steward Jia seemed to see the hope of victory. His gloomy voice sounded in Ling Yu's courtyard. Many people felt a chill down their spines when they heard it. Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly, but he still didn't say anything. At this moment, it would be a waste of energy to speak. He wasn't that stupid. Cousin, let's help. If Ling Xiao really dies, your plan will be ruined. After all, Feng Yinran still had feelings for Ling Xiao, although she had never truly revealed these feelings. Moreover, Ling Xiao's parents were the saviors of the Divine Phoenix clan. If he dies today, it means that this is all he has. What can I do even if I save him? It was said that emperors were heartless. Feng Yinshan had really interpreted this point well. In his eyes, only those who were useful to him were worth saving. If Ling Xiao couldn't play the role of attracting hatred, even if he died, Feng Yinshan wouldn't feel that it was a pity. Cousin, you're too heartless. Feng Yanran said angrily. Since ancient times, emperors have been heartless. Moreover, today's situation is what Ling Xiao asked for. If I have to save him every time he's in danger, I might as well raise a dog. It's more useful than him. Feng Yinshan's words were still cold. For some reason, although he wasn't very confident, he felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily. Ling Xiao had experienced so many dangers. He had even faced a powerful guy like Timur Mutu in the northern desert city and was fine. How could he die so easily this time? Feng Yinshan's judgment shouldn't be that bad. What a pity. If he was given some time, his achievements definitely wouldn't be inferior to those old fellows of the 8 great clans. Ming Jin didn't have the same confidence that Feng Yinshan had in Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao had really gone too far today. In the crowd, basically everyone had the same thought as Ming Jin. This time, Ling Xiao was really dead for sure. Unless someone came to save him, he would definitely die. It was really a pity. A peerless monster who had a high chance of becoming a human king was going to die just like that. Just like Ji Lingwei back then. Everyone had high hopes for the 12-year-old 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. But he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Would Ling Xiao make the same mistake today? Perhaps. Who told him to offend the Righteous Alliance? Steward Jia was a martial artist in his 40s. After revealing his true body, he had reached the 6th Grotto Heaven realm, and now he was fighting with a 17-year-old youth. This wasn't fair in the first place. But in a battle of life and death, who cared whether it was fair or not? Wasn't all of this Ling Xiao asking for it? Who told Ling Xiao to want to kill Jia Tianfeng? Who told Ling Xiao to offend the Righteous Alliance? Perhaps Ling Xiao being killed by the assassins sent by Jia Tianfeng would be a blessing. Today, facing the powerful Steward Jia, Ling Xiao was probably going to be made into a terrifying human swine. Chapter 1378. It's broken. The crowd was surprised to find that Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword realm had been broken after holding on for a long time. Steward Jia was only an inch away from Ling Xiao. 2 strange blades that looked like flowing water appeared in his hands and stabbed toward Ling Xiao's body. Son of Light. Son of Shadow. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly understood something. After experiencing a real battle, his divine sword of light and dark magic sword seemed to be leveling up again. A large amount of information poured into his mind. The feeling of not fully understanding drove him crazy. He needed to comprehend it now. He needed to comprehend it quietly. However, the battle in front of him would not end so easily. Steward Jia was too strong. He could only rely on the Son of Light and the Son of Shadow to hold him back. How annoying. Steward Jia was really angry. He had just broken Ling Xiao's light sword realm, but his hands were grabbed by 2 strange guys and he could not move. He was so angry that the 2 blades that were stabbing toward Ling Xiao were stabbed to the left and right respectively. Die. Bang. Smack! The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow were formed by Ling Xiao's power. At this moment, Ling Xiao was too weak, causing them to become weak as well. Facing Steward Jia's attack, they could only block one move before they were pierced. However, this also gave Ling Xiao another chance to catch his breath. You have a lot of tricks. Let's see how long you can delay it. Steward Jia sneered and attacked again. The two blades stabbed toward Ling Xiao's throat. This was clearly a situation where he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one move. Boom! The moment the two blades stabbed Ling Xiao condensed the light and shadow armor to his throat and blocked this fatal blow. However, the terrifying force still sent his body flying. He slid on the lake for a distance of 50 to 60 meters before he stopped. Puff! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth and sighed helplessly. He muttered to himself, "Looks like it's time for her to come out and help. Even though I'll go all out and Steward Jia won't be able to kill me, it would be a loss if I missed the best time to comprehend." Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that his Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and demonic world annihilation art could be upgraded to a higher level at this moment. That way, the Divine Radiance Sword and the Dark Magic Sword would become even stronger. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to spend even more effort to comprehend it in the future. It was not worth it. Ha 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 ha, brat. I want to see how many tricks you can use. Just use them. I want you to be tortured in despair. Steward Jia was very satisfied with the current situation. He had the absolute advantage, and Ling Xiao had no chance to make a comeback. Therefore, he could completely trample on Ling Xiao now, and there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry to kill him. This was really a wonderful situation. He felt the blood in his body boiling and burning. Once again, Steward Jia's figure instantly flashed and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even give Ling Xiao a chance to think as he ruthlessly smashed his fists at Ling Xiao's chest. The killing had turned into torture. A cruel smile appeared on Steward Jia's face. Bang! Ling Xiao resisted with all his strength, but the black and white light armor was actually shattered by Steward Jia's punch. The impact once again sent Ling Xiao into the lake. Blood spurted out again. Damn it! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Brother Ling Xiao, let me deal with him. In the Mountain River world, the Butterfly Girl anxiously shouted. Although the Butterfly Girl's body was no different from before, the little girl had become more sensible. She naturally did not want Ling Xiao to continue suffering after seeing Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. That's right, my good disciple. Why don't you let Master help you destroy him? The Yuan Venerate said, Master, I didn't know in the past, but I understood after the last battle. Every time you fight for me, your soul will weaken a lot. Therefore, you should forget about it. I would rather die in battle than have you die for me. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice. Butterfly Girl, you don't have to worry. Don't look at my sorry state now. Under such immense pressure, all aspects of my body's potential will be stimulated even more. This will help my comprehension of the light-shadow intent and increase my cultivation base. Wait a little longer. I will ask for your help when I can't hold on any longer. Ling Xiao had been beaten until he was vomiting blood continuously and felt as if several of his ribs had been broken. However, he was unwilling to give up. At the moment, he could clearly feel all the cells in his body being mobilized, including the cells that had been modified by the Golden Dragon's blood. They were multiplying at an accelerated rate. His potential was constantly surging out. Normally, he would not have such a good opportunity to cultivate. Boom! Ling Xiao burst out of the lake once again and stood in the void with the eighth light shadow intent behind him, the Sun-Moon Divine Wings. The light of the sun and moon blossomed at the same time as two huge swords appeared above his head. One was the Divine Light Sword and the other was the Dark Demon Sword. He was bleeding all over, but his face was full of frenzied and fervent fighting spirit. His spine was straight and his head was raised high. Even under such difficult circumstances, he still had no intention of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. He still wanted to fight. The terrifying fighting spirit rose once again. Coupled with the constant mobilization of the potential in his body, Steward Jia actually felt immense pressure once again. Does Ling Xiao really not know how to be afraid? What a terrifying fellow. He possesses such terrifying mental strength and is indomitable. That's not all. Didn't you notice that although the power of the Divine Light Sword and the Dark Demon Sword is obviously not as strong as before, but the momentum and sword intent are not inferior to before? This fellow really wants to win. From the beginning, he never thought of the possibility of losing. Yes, even if he dies in the end, I'm afraid his belief will not change. This kind of fellow is the most difficult to deal with. Anyway, I definitely don't want to meet such an enemy. The crowd was discussing animatedly. They were all shocked by Ling Zhao's indomitable and crazy spirit. Since he was going to die no matter what, he would continue to be confident and persevere. Even if he died, it would be a worthy death. Damn it, damn it. The stronger Ling Zhao's performance was, the angrier Steward Zhao would be. He absolutely could not tolerate the birth of such a powerful fellow among mere insignificant humans. He could not accept it. Humans should be ants at the bottom of the myriad races. A human king, and you make me feel disgusted. I must kill you. Kill you. Steward Jia said furiously. He suddenly changed his mind. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. He could not continue to play with him. He had to kill this fellow as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long delay might lead to trouble. Moreover, he felt that he could not afford to continue playing. Chapter 1379. Haha, it's really an honor for me to be compared with the human king. However, it's not up to you to decide whether a human is an ant or not. You've said many times that you want to kill me, but it's always just empty words. Ling Xiao smiled. Although his smile was a little tragic, it still infuriated Steward Jia. Torrential Pear Blossom Sword. Steward Jia was completely enraged. The raindrops behind him suddenly enlarged. Countless raindrops turned into terrifying sword chi and shot toward Ling Xiao. Obviously, the power of these sword chi was stronger than Ling Zhao's Sun and Moon Sword Field. Under the cultivation of the 6th Grotto Heaven Realm, the power of any move would definitely be enhanced. These terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, emitting ear-piercing screeches. Then, they shot toward Ling Zhao's vital points one after another. Sky Devil Extermination. Rising Sun. In the face of Steward Jia's terrifying killing move, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. In addition to the light and shadow armor covering his whole body, he waved the two giant swords at the same time. Half of it was darkness, and the other half was light. Countless sword chi were torn apart, crushed, and destroyed by these two forces. Bah! The continuous impact made Ling Xiao vomit blood again. His face turned pale, and the sun and moon divine wings on his back began to tremble. It seemed that they could no longer support his body to float in the air. However, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ling Zhao's eyes were still bright and spirited. His body stood proudly in the void with the two swords above his head. He looked at Steward Jia mockingly and said, "It's not that easy to kill me. When I was still a beggar, many people said that I was like a cockroach with 100 lives. This guy is really not afraid of death. He's really strong and brave. He'd rather break his pride than bend." People looked at Ling Xiao, who was floating in the void. He was obviously wounded, but he had no intention of retreating. He was like a copper pea that could not be steamed, boiled, smashed, or turned blue. Steward Jia's attack was so fierce and furious, but he could still block it. Although every time he blocked, he would inevitably suffer more injuries, but he did not even have the slightest thought of retreating. "I told you. I hate that look in your eyes the most." He was clearly a lowly human being. The lowest birth. "How dare you look at me like that? You should obediently be trampled to death like smelly Zhong." Manager Jia was about to go crazy. He had thought that he would be able to kill Ling Xiao this time, but who would have thought that after all this trouble, it would still be a waste of time? Ling Xiao, this fellow, was simply a real sticky candy. It was too difficult to kill him. Although Steward Jia knew very well that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make a comeback today, he was still unable to kill a 17-year-old 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist in his 40s. He was also a noble Hell Race martial artist, but he was unable to kill a 17-year-old 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This feeling was too depressing and too embarrassing. If word got out, how was he going to survive in the future? He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be embarrassed to death in the future. Let's see if your bones are harder, or if my attack is stronger. The raindrops behind Steward Jia changed again. Under his control, they gradually condensed into a huge iron shovel. This iron shovel was exactly the same as the one he had used before. Then, the iron shovel flickered with a green light, and the aura of death was continuously released. Some people even vaguely saw strange ghosts on the iron shovel. Cousin, Ling Xiao can't hold on any longer. He has reached his limit. Do you really want the world to say that you are cold and heartless? Don't forget, a lot of people know about your alliance with Ling Xiao. They aren't fools. If Ling Xiao dies, you'll have one less barrier. They'll come after you to settle the score. Feng Yinran shouted anxiously. She had thought about it. Instead of begging Feng Yinshan, it was better to grasp the main point and explain it. Her words stunned Feng Yinshan for a moment. Your Highness, Princess Yinran is right. Right now, we have Ling Xiao attracting the firepower, so we can be so peaceful. If Ling Xiao dies, those people will definitely swarm to deal with us. Ming Jin also said, if it is not convenient for your Highness to make a move, how about this subordinate do it? Ming Jin knew very well that Feng Yinshan was very strong. Among the 10 Phoenix Sons, he was ranked second. That was because Feng Yinshan was good at disguising himself. His true strength was probably not inferior to Feng Ming Qishan, who was ranked first. Of course, the person who had suddenly appeared seemed to be suppressing the two of them on the surface. However, no one knew what the actual situation was. After all, the three of them had never truly fought. This king said that he was the one who caused today's matter, so he should be responsible to the end. Not to mention that Ling Xiao is only this king's ally. Even if he was this king's subordinate, it would be the same. You should know very well that this king does not like people who cause trouble everywhere. Feng Yinshan said coldly. Ming Jin sighed and did not say anything else. He knew very well that Feng Yinshan was a person who liked to endure. Unless he was forced to do so, or if there was a great benefit, he would not make a move. Feng Yinran was in complete despair. Her cousin had said these words, which meant that it was absolutely impossible for him to save Ling Xiao. Her heart was trembling. Cousin, don't forget that Ling Xiao's parents helped our divine phoenix race. Otherwise, this country would be destroyed, and you and I would not be able to live. Feng Yinran said, you don't need to remind me of this. That is that. When Ling Xiao dies, I will give him a grand funeral. But then again, I really don't believe that the son of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue would be killed so easily. Feng Yinshan said indifferently, Cousin, have you forgotten Ji Lingyue? She is the girl you admired and liked the most when you were young. How is her talent? Is she the daughter of Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue? What happened in the end? Feng Yinran roared. Feng Yinshan was silent for a long time and did not speak. Ji Lingyue was the eternal pain in his heart. This was also the reason why he had not really found a woman until now. At most, he would just play with her. Do you not trust him that much? Feng Yinshan suddenly asked. Ling Xiao should have been killed by Manager Jia. But now, do you see any trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face? He is a madman. Are you also a fool? Feng Yinran was about to go crazy. I don't believe that you can't see Ling Xiao's current situation. If you don't want to save him, then don't save him. Don't make it sound so dignified. If you don't save him, I will find someone else to do it. After saying this, she turned and was about to leave. Pa. A hand gently patted the back of her neck. Feng Yinran's eyes immediately closed and she fainted. You really don't give me any trouble. Feng Yinshan sighed and placed Feng Yinran on a chair beside him. Your Highness, are we really not going to save Ling Xiao? Ming Jin could not help but ask. Let me tell you the truth. I am waiting. Feng Yinshan said helplessly. Chapter 1380. Wait. Ming Jin looked at Feng Yinshan in confusion. He didn't know what His Highness was waiting for. Yes, Ling Xiao shouldn't only have one moon maiden behind him. Moreover, Ji Lingyue should still be alive. Feng Yinshan sighed. What? Ming Jin suddenly felt that there was a huge secret hidden behind this that he didn't know about. He didn't want to know, but Feng Yinshan didn't stop. He was still talking to himself. Around 14 years ago, Ling Xiao was only 3 years old. At that time, he should have seen his older sister, Ji Lingyue, but because he was too young, his memories might have been hazy. At that time, I was only 13 years old. Although I was considered a genius of the clan and had high hopes for me like Feng Mingqishan, no one in Ji Lingyue could compare to me. But in that era, no genius could compare to Ji Lingyue. The 13-year-old me was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, but what about her? 10th grotto heaven realm. This disparity was too terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the 8 great clans were afraid. Behind Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue's backs, they secretly negotiated with the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan and came up with a plan to make Ji Lingyue disappear. You should know what happened after that, so I won't say more. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were tricked. When they went to an even more distant place to find Ji Lingyue, their daughter's martial soul was extracted. What? Hearing this, Ming Jin felt a chill run down his spine. The 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan had worked together to extract the martial soul of a 12-year-old girl. You should know that a martial artist whose martial soul is extracted will die, so they didn't care about that girl. But who would have thought that the person guarding Ji Lingyue would be killed, and Ji Lingyue would mysteriously disappear? At this point, Feng Yinshan revealed a mocking smile and said, "A little girl went missing, but the ancestors of the 8 great clans were frightened and uneasy because they were afraid of Ji Lingyue's talent. They were afraid that Ji Lingyue would come back for revenge. Although they extracted the child's martial soul, they still felt uneasy. But 10-some years later, Ji Lingyue didn't appear. Instead, a Ling Xiao appeared, a madman whose talent and potential didn't lose to his sisters. Do you know why the Jia clan, Peacock race, and Great Peng race worked together? It was because they didn't want the events of the past to happen again. They couldn't afford that kind of torment. However, Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were there to protect Ji Lingyue, so they had to act in secret. And today, with the Moon Maiden protecting Ling Xiao, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing openly. At this point, Feng Yinshan couldn't help but grin. Back then, I was a witness to the ruthlessness and darkness of this world. Therefore, you should understand that I will not save Ling Xiao. My sympathy has completely disappeared since that incident." Ming Jin silently looked at Ling Xiao. He suddenly felt that the sisters, Ji Lingyue and Ling Xiao, were really too pitiful. Ji Fuling and Yu Xuanyue were even more pitiful. He was clearly the hero who had saved the divine Phoenix continent. Yet the person he had saved had plotted against his own daughter. Fortunately, they didn't know the truth. Otherwise, they would be in so much pain and complain. Ji Lingyue had not appeared for more than 10 years. She was either dead or had disappeared into the crowd. Was Ling Xiao going to die today? Ming Jin thought of himself and couldn't help but sigh. He really wanted to help because his background was also miserable. However, he was one of Feng Yinshan's people. If Feng Yinshan didn't let him do it, he wouldn't do it. The only thing worth rejoicing about now was that the son of those 2 legendary figures wasn't a coward. If he was given enough time to grow, he would grow into someone even stronger than his parents. Perhaps he wasn't that great, and was even a little cold-blooded and cruel, but Ming Jin felt that if he wanted to obtain better things in the mystic world, Ling Xiao's personality was necessary. Ling Xiao's parents, those 2 legendary figures, were a little too kind. So much so that they allowed many shameless people to live. In the air, Ling Xiao was constantly panting. He could feel that the Crimson Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art were beginning to change at the same time. Although his injuries weren't light, after using them this time, the feeling of enlightenment was even more obvious. Not only that, he felt that his cultivation at the peak of the 2nd grotto heaven realm seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. As long as he didn't die today, his strength would definitely increase by an astonishing amount. It seemed that this kind of life-and-death battle was still very useful. Although it was more dangerous, he still benefited a lot. However, at this moment, Manager Jia also noticed his situation. At this most critical moment of enlightenment, Manager Jia wanted to kill him and not give him any chance to become stronger again. Annihilation Blade, Water Spout. Amidst his furious roar, Manager Jia unleashed an even stronger attack. The iron shovel condensed from huge raindrops in his hand was like a giant blade as it slashed down at Ling Xiao. The terrifying martial soul combined with the powerful force actually turned the blade into a huge object that was more than 10 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide. More importantly, its speed was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao definitely won't be able to dodge this blade. Many people in the crowd closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see such a peerless monster be killed just like that. Ming Jin also let out a long sigh. Feng Yinshan revealed a disappointed expression. Was Ling Xiao really going to die? What is he doing? However, at this moment, people realized that Ling Xiao had actually closed his eyes. Has he finally accepted his fate of failure? Sigh. It seems that no matter how strong a warrior is, he still has a weak side in the end. He's finally tired and can't hold on any longer. Has he accepted his fate? Just accept your fate. In this world, not everyone can defy the heavens and change their fate. Go to hell. When Manager Jia saw Ling Xiao close his eyes, he actually heaved a sigh of relief. He was most afraid that Ling Xiao, this troublesome fellow, couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. That would be too tiring. Boom. With a loud bang, jaws dropped to the ground. Manager Jia's huge blade slashed down, but it didn't touch Ling Xiao. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a ball of 7-colored light flickering there. After the huge blade she slashed on it, it couldn't move anymore. What's going on? Not only was the crowd confused, but Manager Jia himself was also puzzled. Who is it? Manager Jia's attack failed, and he became even more annoyed. He stared coldly at the small ball of 7-colored light above Ling Xiao's head and roared loudly. At this moment, people gradually saw that the 7-colored light floating above Ling Xiao's head was actually a butterfly. A 7-colored butterfly. However, the strange thing was that apart from the wings, the rest of the butterfly looked exactly the same as a human. It was a delicate, charming, and extremely cute little beauty. You're not allowed to bully my big brother Ling Xiao. The butterfly girl let out a pleasant voice. Everyone felt their hearts go soft and their bodies feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 1381. What monster is this? Steward Jia warily looked at the butterfly lady, his heart trembling. He was confident that even a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm expert would have to expend a great deal of effort to deal with that attack just now. But this little fellow had managed to deal with it so easily. He was truly starting to worry. In the distance, Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin were also flabbergasted. After a long while, Ming Jin asked, Your Highness, it seems that the one helping Ling Xiao wasn't Ji Ling Yue. This Ling Xiao actually had such a trump card? Why didn't anyone tell me? Feng Yinshan's body was trembling. If he had known that Ling Xiao had such a powerful trump card other than the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, perhaps he really would have gone to save Ling Xiao. In that case, Ling Xiao might even have owed him a favor. In truth, when Ling Xiao was on the Celestial Dragon continent, there were some rumors that he had a beautiful butterfly by his side. Unfortunately, no one ever saw it again. So this subordinate has no way of knowing anything about this butterfly. Ming Jin helplessly said, This subordinate is incompetent. Your Highness, please punish me. Forget it. Everything is fated. Ling Xiao isn't fated to die. As Feng Yinshan said this, he thought to himself, Is this really fated? Why does it feel like everything is within Ling Xiao's calculations? Others might not know about Ling Xiao's trump card, but Ling Xiao was keenly aware of it. The Righteous Alliance's Jia Clan, Peacock Race, and Great Peng Race had all been played by this brat. Swoosh. While Feng Yinshan and Ming Jin were still in shock, the butterfly lady had already made her move. Above the 7-colored wings, a red and an orange light suddenly shot out. The light was like a rope as it pounced towards Steward Jia. It was even faster than Ling Xiao's sword. It was like a bolt of lightning, causing Steward Jia's soul to tremble. In the end, Steward Jia was still an expert. When he sensed the terror of this rainbow light, he chose not to meet it head-on, instead dodging into the air. However, the butterfly lady's attack did not stop. Another 2 beams of light shot out, covering the upper and lower spaces respectively. The yellow and green lights were the same as the red and orange lights from before. They were filled with a dangerous aura. Damn it! Manager Jia couldn't understand how such a tiny little thing could have such terrifying strength. Just the sharp pressure brought about by the attack made him not dare to take it head-on. This was completely different from the feeling of fighting with Ling Xiao. Although it was troublesome to fight with Ling Xiao, he still had the upper hand. However, when fighting with this little guy, there was a terrifying feeling of being completely suppressed. Retreat. Blocked from all directions, Manager Jia could only retreat. Unfortunately, the butterfly girl seemed to have predicted his actions. 2 more rays of light, one from the front and one from the back, completely surrounded Manager Jia. These 2 rays of light, one green and one blue, were equally terrifying. Like a bird in a cage, all of Steward Jia's escape routes were blocked, so the only thing he could do now was to meet force with force. What a powerful little butterfly. She seemed to have called Big Brother Ling Xiao just now, right? How could Ling Xiao have such a cute and powerful sister? She's too domineering. She's much more powerful than her brother Ling Xiao. She's simply not giving Manager Jia a way out. The crowd watched in astonishment as the butterfly girl attacked Manager Jia. Today's battle was really full of changes. Every time they thought it was about to end, there would always be a new event that made them excited. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, little thing? Manager Jia had nowhere to retreat and was completely enraged. His body suddenly spun and countless water droplets splashed out, forming a tyrannical water droplet sword that was incomparably sharp. Ugly, you're not my match. However, I won't kill you. I'll leave it to Big Brother Ling Xiao to deal with you. The butterfly girl's innocent voice rang out, causing Steward Jia to fly into a rage upon hearing it. On the contrary, the surrounding warriors couldn't help but laugh out loud. Such a cute little girl. Anyone would feel that it was rare. After saying that, the crowd realized that Manager Jia's attack was completely blocked by the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue lights. Then, it quickly disappeared without any effect. Seeing this scene, Steward Jia really panicked. Little girl, what benefits did he give you? Uncle can give you even better. Anyway, he's about to die. Why are you still helping him? When Manager Jia saw that he wasn't a match for the butterfly girl, he actually used a despicable tactic to trick her. Perhaps he felt that the butterfly girl was so young and naive, so she would definitely be easy to trick. However, he didn't know that the butterfly girl and Ling Xiao's souls had already fused together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were as close as father and daughter. The butterfly girl's feelings for Ling Xiao wasn't something that Manager Jia could understand. He was dreaming if he wanted to sow discord. You're a bad person. The butterfly girl won't leave Big Brother Ling Xiao. Big Brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Wasn't that right? Ling Xiao had given a large amount of spirit stones, dharma treasures, and those natural treasures to this little girl to eat. Even without the fusion of souls, Manager Jia couldn't compare with him just based on this point. After all, Ling Xiao was a pharmacist. Many delicious elixirs could only be refined by Ling Xiao. They couldn't be bought on the market. It was even more impossible for Manager Jia to obtain them. Finally, the 6 lights gradually turned into 6 colored walls. Furthermore, they were transparent. People could see Manager Jia's struggling figure in the 6-colored square from the outside. He was like a pitiful bug that was trapped in a bottle. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. It ended just like that? People couldn't accept such an ending. Steward Jia was about to kill Ling Xiao when such a little cutie suddenly appeared and toyed with Steward Jia in the palm of his hand, easily capturing him alive. In that case, why did Ling Xiao fight so hard earlier? They looked at Ling Xiao, only to find that there were 2 giant swords hanging above Ling Xiao's head. One was a radiant divine sword that was dazzling. The other was a dark demonic sword that was eerie and terrifying. Not only were Ling Xiao's injuries constantly healing, but his aura was also constantly rising. It can't be. Could it be that this fellow is treating Manager Jia as a sparring partner? He could have easily killed Manager Jia from the beginning, but he didn't do so. It turns out that we were worried for nothing. Yes, everything seems to be under his control. He can't die at all. He doesn't need anyone to save him. He can save himself. It's funny that the Jia family, the Peacock family, and the Great Rock family thought that they could easily kill Ling Xiao after luring away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady. In the end, they suffered a double loss. All their efforts were for nothing. Yes, Jia Tianfeng was killed, Kongming was killed, and Manager Jia was captured alive. I guess those experts who lured away Cold Plum and the Moon Lady won't have it easy. What's this? His scheming was too clever and ended up ruining Qingqing's life. I reckon that Steward Jia would never have thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao in the end. Chapter 1382. Although no one knew where the Butterfly Lady came from, what was certain was that the Butterfly Lady was definitely Ling Xiao's capable helper and had always been by Ling Xiao's side. The fact that the Butterfly Lady could capture Steward Jia alive so easily proved that she was much more powerful than Steward Jia. So many people wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but they did not even understand the most basic situation of Ling Xiao. It was really pitiful. On a tree hundreds of meters away from the battlefield, there was a lazily dressed man with an unshaven beard. He looked like he was in his 40s, but if one looked carefully, one would realize that he was not even 30 years old. He leaned against the tree branch with a wine gourd in his hand. He drank wine while watching the battle in the distance. Ling Yu, it's been 17 years. Back then, we were still children. However, we were innocent and happy. I once swore to protect you for the rest of your life. However, in the end, I was unable to help you. Today, I originally wanted to save your younger brother, but I realized that this kid is much more powerful than I imagined. Perhaps his talent is really not inferior to yours. He smiled faintly, leaped into the air, and left, leaving behind only the smell of alcohol. He came and left in a hurry. However, a moment after he left, another person appeared on the tree. It was none other than Hong Qi. Liquor Demon Sword? I didn't expect this fellow to be childhood sweethearts with the daughters of my two benefactors and have such deep feelings for her. Hong Qi had investigated. Liquor Demon Sword's name had already spread throughout Divine Phoenix 10 years ago. This person's swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. 10 years ago, he was only 17 years old, the same age as Ling Xiao, but his cultivation was already at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. Such terrifying potential made even Feng Mingxiao blush with shame. No one knew Liquor Demon Sword's real name, but Hong Qi had investigated and found that during Ji Lingyue's childhood, she had indeed met a young man whose talent she admired. Even Ji Fuling and Yu Xinyue did not know about this. They didn't even know where this young man came from or whose family he was from. Now that the Liquor Demon Sword was 27 years old, it was hard for Hong Qi to find out what level his cultivation had reached. However, he was certain that he was even more terrifying than the current him. In Hong Qi's opinion, the only martial artist in the entire Divine Phoenix continent who could contend against the Moon Maiden in a one-on-one battle was the Wine Demon Sword. No one else could do it. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the other side. Hong Qi looked up and saw that it was the 6-colored cube that had opened. Steward Jia was thrown out. However, he looked dispirited and sorrowful at the moment. He was no longer as domineering as before. Although his transformation hadn't been removed, his cultivation had clearly been crippled by the Butterfly Lady. Right now, he was a cripple. Not only was his cultivation completely gone, but the tendons in his arms and legs had also been completely severed. Even walking was a problem. Oh, this little guy must have also been influenced by Ling Xiao. He actually acted so decisively and ruthlessly. Now, this old man can be at ease. Hong Qi was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become a soft-hearted person because he had taken such a detour before. Because of a moment of soft-heartedness, he had buried hidden dangers around him and was finally crippled. He didn't want Ling Xiao to walk down his old path. However, after so many days of observation, he could be completely at ease. Ling Xiao was definitely not the kind of person who would be soft-hearted. His ruthlessness wasn't any worse than anyone else's. Seeing this, Hong Qi felt that there was no need to stay any longer and left. With the Butterfly Lady around, Ling Xiao would naturally be fine. At this moment, the Butterfly Lady was lying quietly on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Although she looked harmless, Anyone would know that this little guy couldn't be provoked after seeing the crippled steward Jia. At this moment, Ling Xiao had completely entered a state of cultivation. Because he trusted the butterfly lady, he knew that the butterfly lady wouldn't let him be disturbed. Everyone looked at this guy with a bitter smile on their faces. Facing a powerful enemy, he could still continuously increase his strength in battle and finally choose to comprehend as if no one else was around. This kind of willpower was really unparalleled. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and immersed himself in the mountain river world. At this moment, night and day were constantly alternating in the mountain river world. The power of light and the power of shadow were also alternating and becoming stronger. The two powers were clearly opposite, but they also reinforced each other, causing Ling Xiao's aura to also increase at an accelerated rate. In the sky of the mountain river world, there were also two huge swords hanging. They were exactly the same as the two huge swords hanging above his head outside. During the day, the rising sun in the sky finally released an even more powerful heat and an even more dazzling light. Scorching Sun Transformation. Success. The second transformation of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations had finally broken through. This was really all thanks to Steward Jia. If it wasn't for Steward Jia's relentless desire to kill him, causing the potential in his body to be constantly stimulated, such a breakthrough would really be somewhat difficult. Then, the day turned into night. In the night, a heart-palpitating power suddenly appeared. At this moment, everyone who was surrounding and looking at Ling Xiao felt a strong wave of palpitations in their hearts, as if their souls had been pierced by the cold sword qi. It was incomparably terrifying. That was because Ling Xiao's demonic world annihilation art had also advanced to a higher level, demonic heart annihilation. The heart destruction sword had the most obvious effect on the soul. It was no wonder that at that moment, those people felt a terrifying demonic shadow appear in their hearts. However, after these two moves had broken through, Ling Xiao didn't open his eyes. The divine light sword and the dark demonic sword merged into one above his head. It was a strange sword, neither black nor white. Its entire body was a strange purple, and even its shape was very unique. That's the Human King's sword. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, "I've seen ancient records before." The divine sword used by the Human King was a purple treasured sword, and he had always been using it. That's right, this was the Human King's sword. Ling Xiao condensed a sword based on the memories of the Human King's remnant soul, a terrifying divine sword that merged the divine light sword and the dark demonic sword. Its power was stronger than the previous two, and it could also increase as the power of the previous two increased. Of course, the most important thing was that the Human King's sword was not affected by attributes, but it could mobilize the power of the 9 cauldrons and the Imperial Jade Seal. When cultivated to the extreme, its power would probably surpass all the martial techniques in the mystic world. Although the current Ling Xiao was still unable to fully unleash this power, it was still better than any martial technique or weapon, because it would continuously grow stronger as Ling Xiao's strength increased. The sword was formed. The breakthrough also became a matter of course. The terrifying power broke through the shackles of the second paradise realm, allowing Ling Xiao to step into the third paradise realm. However, because of the intimidating power of the Human King's sword, the crowd ignored his breakthrough in cultivation. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. When he looked up, he saw Manager Jia lying on the ground. Chapter 1383. It's been hard on you, butterfly girl. It's not hard at all, big brother Ling Xiao. It's just that you don't need the shadow sword anymore, right? Are you going to let me eat it? The butterfly girl giggled. That's right. Now that I've broken through, the soft sword is no longer suitable for me. In order to let the power in my body get a stronger release, it's best to have a heavy sword. Heavy edgeless heavy sword. What Ling Xiao needed now was a heavy sword that could allow him to release his moves to the greatest extent. Hee hee, I knew that big brother Ling Xiao treats me the best. Then I'll go rest first. Every time I finish a fight, I'm so tired. The butterfly girl yawned and was sent into the mountain river world by Ling Xiao. It seemed that in this world, Only the butterfly girl wouldn't become his martial spirit after entering the mountain river world as a living creature. Ling Xiao still hadn't figured out the little girl's secret, but it didn't matter. To him, the butterfly girl was like a daughter. Although as a 17-year-old youth, he still didn't know what the relationship between father and daughter was. He knew very well that he had to protect this little cutie. This was also the reason why he didn't let the butterfly girl fight for so long. Today's situation was because he had no other choice. After the butterfly girl entered the mountain river world, Ling Xiao walked over and glanced at Steward Jia, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. "Don't worry. As long as you tell me who's behind this, I can spare your life," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "I've already said it before. If Jia Tianfeng and Kongming don't say it, you'll tell me. I'm not saying it for your own good. Knowing their identity won't do you any good," Steward Jia hurriedly said. "It's not up to you to judge whether it's beneficial or not. Now, you just need to tell me who they are. That's enough," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Steward Jia had been hesitating for a long time. When he was crippled by the butterfly girl, he had thought about it. No matter what, he had to save his life today. A dead person couldn't be revived. However, even if all the tendons in his hands and feet were broken, even if his cultivation was crippled, there was still the possibility of cultivating again. If he died, there would be nothing left. "All right, I'll tell you. But don't blame me for not warning you if anything happens." Steward Jia accepted his fate. He gritted his teeth and said, "I only have one request. Let me go." "No problem. I'm not interested in killing a piece of trash." After Ling Xiao's cultivation had broken through, he no longer put Steward Jia in his eyes. Not to mention that Steward Jia was now a cripple. Even if his cultivation was not crippled, he would not be Ling Xiao's opponent. What was there to be afraid of? "All right. Actually, the one who instigated us was Yuan." At this point, Steward Jia suddenly revealed a look of horror. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground. Sure enough, he was still killed by a sharp and hard-to-detect sword qi in the crowd. "You want to run after killing someone?" Ling Xiao pointed out a finger, and a terrifying aura passed through the crowd, nailing a guy who was trying to escape to a tree. However, that person instantly chose to commit suicide. He was much more straightforward than Manager Jia. A death warrior? Ling Xiao sighed. He did not go over to check. It was unnecessary to check. Generally, people who came out to silence people would not leave any clues on their bodies, unless they planned to frame others. It would be a waste of time to check. However, Ming Jin still went over to check. The result was the same as Ling Xiao's guess. Other than knowing that the Death Warrior was a third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he did not know anything else. Yuan? Yuan what? Ling Xiao frowned, thinking about the clues left behind by Steward Jia. Feng Yinshan's expression was not normal. He seemed to have thought of something, but he calmed down in an instant. "Brother Ling is really lucky. You were able to survive in such a dangerous situation. It seems that I was right not to make a move." Feng Yinshan walked forward with a smile, cupped his hands, and said to Ling Xiao, "I didn't expect you to make a move. Aren't you the one who benefited the most from today's trap? Do you think that you set up the trap well? Are you very smart?" Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yinshan and said indifferently, "We are allies, but I have to remind you, don't scheme against me in the future. I'm not a fool. Sincere cooperation is good for both of us." Feng Yinshan's expression did not change as he smiled and said, "Brother Ling, are you blaming me for not helping? Do you think I would?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "I caused this trouble. You were right not to get involved. You and I are not friends, so there is no need for you to clean up after me. Of course, there is no need for me to clean up after you." Actually, from the very beginning, Ling Xiao knew that he could not become friends with Feng Yinshan. This person was too scheming. If it was just scheming against enemies, he would not hate it. However, if he also schemed against friends and family, he would be unhappy. Feng Yinshan was very embarrassed, but he did not feel any regret. Although the butterfly girl's appearance surprised him, even if he had to make a decision now, he still would not save Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a very strong ally, but he was very difficult to control. Feng Yinshan liked the feeling of having everything in his hands. "Yanran, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao did not mock Feng Yinshan again. After all, he was still an ally, and there were times when he could use him. At least on the surface, he could use Feng Yinshan's name to do some things. It would be more convenient than fighting alone. He looked at Feng Yinran and asked, "Yinran wanted me to save you and wanted to find reinforcements. In the end, I knocked her unconscious," Feng Yinshan replied. Feng Yinshan replied. He was not lying about this. "You can actually do this, Ling Xiao laughed. It was unknown whether it was mockery or he really found it funny. He walked over and woke Feng Yinran up and thanked her. Feng Yinran saw that Ling Xiao was alive. Although she did not know what had happened, her heart was at ease. She had a lot to say to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was in a hurry to go somewhere else. Cold Plum and the Moon Maiden were still fighting. Ling Xiao was worried. However, just as he was about to get up, the two of them returned. Cold Plum was unharmed, and she was holding a head in her hand. It was the head of an elder of the peacock race. The Moon Maiden was also in good condition. She looked spotless, as if she had not gone through any battle. In fact, there was indeed no battle. The goal of the three people was to delay her, and she was very confident in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was not in danger, she would not have made a move. Thus, even when Steward Jiao was killed and the three people left, the Moon Maiden did not make a move. "Everyone, leave Ling Yu courtyard," Ling Xiao suddenly said. "Why?" Many people were puzzled by Ling Xiao's words. "Because I want to destroy this place." Ling Xiao's voice was very calm and certain. This place was built by his parents. Ling Yu courtyard was probably built by the two of them together, and it was also related to his sister. This place might have been a beautiful and peaceful place in the beginning, but now it was full of arrogance and filth. It had been completely tainted by the Jia family. It was better to destroy it than to keep it. Chapter 1384. On this day, a major event took place in the Divine Phoenix capital. The Ling Yu villa that had been established for nearly 20 years had been reduced to ashes by a great fire. The flames burned for 4 hours before finally being extinguished. Those who saw it all said that it was like the end of the world. Strangely, however, none of the buildings near the Ling Yu villa had been destroyed. And on this day, Ling Xiao's name became a legend once more. While everyone else was discussing this matter, Ling Xiao had already returned to Qingshu College and entered a secret realm to cultivate. He had gained far too much from his battle with Steward Jia. Just a moment of enlightenment was not enough to completely digest all that experience. What he needed to do now was consolidate his cultivation and work even harder to master the Divine Sword of Light, the Demon Sword of Darkness, and the Human King's Sword. On the first day of Ling Xiao's return to Qingshu College, everything was calm and peaceful. But in the quiet capital, undercurrents were surging. With the deaths of Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, as well as the deaths of Ji Mingxing, Feng Ming Heishan, and Peng Yu, Ling Xiao had thoroughly angered some of the major factions of the capital. The Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Peacock Race, Great Peng Race, and Feng Ming Limitless faction hated Ling Xiao to the bone. In a certain part of the capital, in a pitch-black space, one could vaguely make out several figures. They were seated around a circular table, and the atmosphere was cold and frozen. "Ling Xiao must die," an elderly voice coldly said after a long while. "But Ling Xiao has the Moon Maiden protecting him. We can't send all of our forces to deal with the Moon Maiden alone. If both sides are heavily injured, the Black Crow Empire might be able to take advantage of the situation." Another person said, "The matter of the Moon Maiden is truly very difficult to deal with. With her here, we'll have to pay an enormous price to kill Ling Xiao." Another person said, "Is it because of this that our people died for nothing? Are your Peacock Race, Great Peng Race, and Jia clan all trash?" The first person to speak suddenly turned to the other three. The faces of these three were illuminated by the dim lanterns. They were the Righteous Alliance Lord and the Jia clan Patriarch. The leader of the Peacock Race, the #1 expert of the race, Kong Ran. The Patriarch of the Great Peng clan, the #1 expert of the clan, Peng Nantian. The three of them were yin-yang stage powerhouses, and their cultivations had all reached the second level of yin-yang stage. Although they were not as strong as Feng Mingxiao or the Moon Maiden, if the three of them worked together, they could still shock countless cultivators. However, that fellow in the darkness who did not show his face actually dared to speak to them in such a manner. How terrifying was that person's strength? First seat, it's not that we're useless. It's just that the Moon Lady is too strong. She's an expert from the primordial era. Even if the three of us join forces, we're still no match for her. We can only delay her for a while. The ***** said with a frown. Enough. I don't want to hear such words. After what Ling Xiao did in Ling Yu's villa, he must be taught a lesson no matter what, the first seat said. The elder called chief shouted, let heavenly hero Ing, sword demon, and Zhu Wen go. The three of them are Grotto Heaven Realm warriors. They are also the Thunder Eagle Phoenix Son, Sword Phoenix Son, and Vermilion Bird Phoenix Son of the 10 Phoenix Sons. With them taking action, the Moon Maiden shouldn't interfere. If she does, this seat will personally stop her. I'll leave the rest to you. The three of them rejoiced at these words. The Lightning Eagle Phoenix Son had been ranked 8th, but because of the addition of a fellow who was said to be even stronger than Feng Yinshan and Feng Minkishan, his ranking had dropped by 1. As for the Sword Demon, he was the 10th Phoenix Son that Feng Mingwu had bestowed upon him. He was not necessarily weaker than the Lightning Eagle Phoenix Son, but because he was new, he was ranked last. As for Zhu Wen, he was the Vermilion Bird Phoenix Son, who had been ranked 7th and was now ranked 8th. These three people had similar cultivation and strength. They were all Third Grotto Heaven Realm geniuses. Furthermore, they were not ordinary Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. They were all geniuses and were much stronger than ordinary Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. If Ling Xiao was here, he would probably be very interested in the name of the Sword Demon. This was because this person had once destroyed his statue in the Divine Capital and killed many of his subjects. After Ling Xiao came to the Divine Phoenix Capital, he had once looked for the Sword Demon. Unfortunately, this person was not in the city at that time. It was said that he had gone outside to visit a friend under the orders of his sect. Therefore, he had never been able to take revenge. Of course, the Sword Demon was also anxious to see Ling Xiao. He was very disappointed that he did not see Ling Xiao in the Divine Capital. With these three people taking action, even if Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will definitely lose a layer of skin. The three of them revealed smiles. These three people were not trash like Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. They were much stronger than Peng Yu and Kong He. Any one of them could make Ling Xiao suffer, not to mention the three of them working together. In that case, let's move out immediately, the chief said coldly. Yes. The chief, Kong ran, and Peng Nantian turned and left. The rest of the shadows also gradually disappeared. There were actually quite a few of them that weren't corporeal, but were just soul shadows. Although they were created by relying on magic treasures, and were completely different from the astral projection of the primordial spirit, they still required a powerful soul force to be able to do so. At the very least, they had to be yin-yang realm experts. From this, it could be seen that there were a total of 10 people in this room, and they were all yin-yang realm experts. With so many experts gathered together, it was quite terrifying. However, the funny thing was that they had gathered together just to deal with a 17-year-old boy. When only the chief was left in the dark room, he gently knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, Wind Demon, you go with them. Find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Master, is there a need to do this? It's just Ling Xiao. It should be easy for the 3 Phoenix Sons to kill him, right? In the darkness, a shadow flickered and said with a sinister voice, Don't be careless. Ling Xiao is not an ordinary kid. He has created miracles time and time again. Even I am a little surprised. This kid is probably harder to deal with than Ji Lingyue back then. The chief said coldly. Master is right. However, no matter how strong Ji Lingyue is, her martial soul was extracted. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. She should be dead by now, right? That might not be the case. That little girl's talent is too terrifying. Just in terms of martial arts, it's already frightening. Not to mention, she also inherited her mother's attainments in the aspect of soul force. As long as I don't see her corpse, I won't be at ease. The chief shook his head and said, Go. Ling Xiao will definitely die. I will not allow a second Ji Lingyue to appear. Yes. In Qingshu College, Ling Xiao, Long Qin, Feng Minglian, and the others were in seclusion. At this moment, there were 3 people standing on the statues of the past presidents in Qingshu College's square. One held a black longsword. He was cold and sinister and looked down on everything. One had a pair of wings on his back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked majestic. One had a 7-colored light behind his back. It was dreamy and gave off a strong sense of mystery. Chapter 1385. Who dares to stand on the statues of past deans? This is disrespectful. This scene caused many of the academy's disciples and teachers to walk out one after another. Their eyes were filled with rage as they glared at the 3 arrogant fellows. Sword Huangzi, Sword Demon, Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Eagle Tianxia, Vermilion Bird Huangzi, Zhu Wan. Although Qingshu College had declined, there were still people with discerning eyes. 3 of the 10 great Huangzi of the Divine Phoenix Empire knew quite a lot of people. Although Sword Huangzi had only received his title recently, he was someone who could not stay idle. Recently, he had challenged many young experts in the capital and defeated all of them with one strike. Too showy, too eye-catching. Therefore, he was naturally recognized by many people. As for the other 2, needless to say, they were the veteran Huangzi. Bastards, how dare you step on the head of the founder? Are you 3 kids looking for death? Although the students of Qingshu College were not as good as the 10 great Huangzi, the teachers were still strong. One of the strong men could not stand it anymore. He rushed out and asked furiously. Not only did the 3 of them barge into Qingshu College, they even stepped on the statues of past deans. One of the statues was of the founder of Qingshu College. Sword Demon was standing on the head of the statue. What a joke. The statue was the face of Qingshu College. It was its dignity. The other party was clearly here to slap their faces and humiliate them. Anyone with a little courage would not be able to stand being humiliated like this. The students of Qingshu College were filled with righteous indignation. They cursed and protested loudly. However, their cultivation was not as good as Sword Demon. It was difficult for them to do anything. They could only curse in vain. The teacher's cultivation was stronger. He was a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Of course, he had the right, reason, and responsibility to stand up and defend the dignity of the college. Otherwise, how different would he be from a tortoise? How comfortable would it be to hide in a tortoise shell? Looking for death? The Sword Demon sneered and thrust out his sword. A dark sword light cut through the sky and pierced the throat of the teacher who was dozens of meters away. Who was courting death? He sheathed his sword and smiled coldly. He looked at all the students and teachers of Qingshu College coldly and said, "Everyone in Qingshu College is a bunch of trash. Except for the dean, Zhou Yun, and the vice dean, Feng Qingyan. No one is good enough. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Kill. How dare someone kill someone in Qingshu College?" This Sword Demon was so overbearing and unreasonable. He was not inferior to Ling Xiao at all. However, Ling Xiao was only acting like this because he was targeting his enemy. The Sword Demon killed innocent people. It was an indiscriminate slaughter. The students of Qingshu College were all agitated. Facing the arrogant Sword Demon, they all wanted to tear him into pieces. However, their strength was there for all to see. Even if they went up, they would only be courting death. Was it really okay? Many people lowered their heads, feeling incomparably depressed and unwilling in their hearts, but they did not dare to stand up. This kind of humiliation was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Sword Demon, you are too heavy-handed. No matter what, you have to give Senior Zhou some face. Ing Tianxia frowned and turned his head to say, Ing Tianxia, cut the crap. Don't think that you can order me around just because you are ranked higher than me. You just became one of the 10 Phoenix Sons before me. Sword Demon did not give Ing Tianxia any face at all. This was because he knew that behind them, there were 3 Yin-Yang Realm experts, Kong Ran and Peng Nantian. Even if Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan showed up, they would not be able to change anything. Ing Tianxia, don't fight among yourselves. Just as Ing Tianxia was about to say something, Phoenix, who was next to him, also spoke. We are all students of Phoenix Academy. No matter what, we have to solve it internally when we return to the academy. I will give you face. Ing Tianxia knew that he was no match for Zhu, so he gritted his teeth and said. Sword Demon sneered and did not continue to target Ing Tianxia. Instead, he looked at the students of Qingshu College and said, "To tell you the truth, we are here for no other reason than to find Ling Xiao." Yes, Ling Xiao killed Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, which angered everyone. Qingshu College can't protect him. Zhu Wen quickly added, "Yes, we only want to kill Ling Xiao. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Ing Tianxia said. These three people had never fought with Ling Xiao, nor had they seen Ling Xiao fight, so they did not take Ling Xiao seriously. How could a guy who had just reached the Grotto Heaven realm be compared to the three of them? Everyone said that Ling Xiao was a peerless monster, but how could the three of them be convinced? Sword Demon had always wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's prestige and show that he was more talented and stronger than Ling Xiao in front of his junior brothers and sisters. The Celestial Emperor? In his eyes, he was just a useless person. Ing Tianxia simply thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and dared to challenge the 10 Phoenixes. Since he did not take him seriously, he naturally wanted to fight with Ling Xiao. As for Zhu Wen, he had no enmity with Ling Xiao. This time, he was here purely because someone had asked him to. That person was an old senior that he respected very much. In fact, he thought that it was enough for him to come to Qingshu College alone. There was no need for Ing Tianxia and Sword Demon to accompany him. However, the senior said that he had to do this in order to be foolproof, so he had no choice but to obey. However, deep in his heart, he was extremely disdainful of Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, hasn't Ling Xiao shown up yet?" Suddenly, a beautiful voice, like that of an oriole singing, was heard. A woman as beautiful as a celestial fairy also landed beside the Sword Demon, stepping on the head of the sculpture of the current principal of the Qingshu Academy, Zhou Yun. "Junior sister, why are you here?" Sword Demon glanced at the girl, showing a bit of tenderness and infatuation. This woman was the queen-like existence who had acted wildly on the ship with Sword Demon in the Celestial Empire's capital. Her instigation that day was the fuse that Sword Demon took action. And now, she had appeared once again. "Senior brother wants to show his power, so I naturally have to come." The girl smiled, which made Ing Tianxia and Zhu Wen a little absent-minded. So powerful. Beauty and terrifying soul power. This woman is definitely the nemesis of men. Ing Tianxia came back to his senses and was secretly vigilant. At that moment, even if the girl asked him to kill himself, he would have listened. "Is your junior sister Zhongyu the beautiful red spider lily who has been rumored in the imperial capital recently?" Zhu Wen asked with a smile. Although he pretended to be calm, his heart was very hot. He was even a little jealous that Sword Demon could be so close to this woman. This woman's name was very long. She had a strange surname, Zhongyu, and her name was Red Spider Lily. She was the daughter of Sword Demon's master. Chapter 1386. Zhongyu was Red Spider Lily's master and her mother. She was also as beautiful as Red Spider Lily, but she was more mature than Red Spider Lily. "That's right. I'm Red Spider Lily. Zhu Wen, you're indeed a dragon among men. We should get closer in the future." She didn't hold back at all when she spoke. Her words made Zhu Wen's heart beat wildly. Sword Demon frowned and hurriedly said, "Junior sister, Ling Xiao is just an ant. Dealing with him will only take a moment. It won't be too exciting. Why don't you go back and rest first?" He had always treated Zhongyu's Red Spider Lily as his exclusive property, even though nothing had happened between the two of them. Red Spider Lily seemed to be on good terms with everyone. She seemed to be easy to get, but no one had ever gotten her. At most, it was just a touch of her hand. Sword Demon had always wanted to be the first to get this woman. Because of this, he didn't want Red Spider Lily to show her face in public. "Senior brother, I'm just here to watch the show. Let that Ling Xiao come out. Didn't he arrogantly destroy Ling Yu's courtyard a few days ago? He shouldn't be a coward, right?" Red Spider Lily naturally refused to leave. She liked to see others being tortured. This kind of twisted mentality was very enjoyable for her. "Did you hear that? Where is Ling Xiao? Hurry up and tell him to come out. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre today." Sword Demon coldly looked at the group of Qingshu College disciples, revealing a strong killing intent. This guy was arrogant and unreasonable. He didn't lose to Ling Xiao at all. If he said he would kill, then he would definitely kill. No one uttered a word. The strongest among them, the fourth Grotto Heaven Realm Master, had been killed. What else could the rest of them do? The mystic world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weaker than others, then they had to endure the fate of being bullied. If they didn't want to be dogs, then they had to die. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Many people probably didn't want to lose their lives because of their rash actions. Until now, no one dared to clean up the body of the dead teacher. Ha ha, trash. You're just a bunch of dogs that don't dare to bark. What's the use of having you? As Sword Demon laughed, the black sword in his hand pierced out again. Sword Chi soared into the sky and turned into a huge shadow, shrouding almost everyone in the audience. He really had to make a move. He attacked without any restraint. He didn't care about the people below the stage at all. It's over. The disciples of Qingshu College, including the teachers who had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, felt despair and sorrow. They were actually slaughtered by others in the Qingshu Academy. Who would believe this? He was furious. Bang! Just as the sword Chi was about to blast into the crowd, it was finally deflected away. The sword Chi stabbed into the ground, creating a huge boom. A huge pit appeared there, and the stones and ground around the edges of the pit were cut flat. Oh, I didn't expect Qingshu College to have someone as brave as you. What's your name? Sword Demon was stunned for a moment, but he could not help but smile. The cultivation of the person in front of him was obviously not as good as the previous teacher, but he was able to block his sword Chi. It meant that he was very strong and was a genius. However, this person had lost his left arm and his hair had turned completely white. Disciple of Qingshu College, Shangguan Hong. The one-armed young man looked up at the four people standing on the statue. Although there was a serious expression in his eyes, there was no fear at all. So you're Shangguan Hong, the one who almost got the position of the Phoenix. Ling Xiao broke your arm, and you became his dog? Sword Demon sneered. Shangguan Hong looked at Sword Demon indifferently and said, Sword Demon, why are you looking for senior brother Ling? He knew that with his strength, he was not a match for any of these four people, but he could still block a few dozen moves from any one of them. Kill him. Sword Demon's answer was very straightforward. He did not hide anything. He came here today to kill Ling Xiao in front of everyone in Qingshu College. Otherwise, he would not have come. Do you know that senior brother Ling is the #1 master in Qingshu College? He is a core disciple. If you kill him, you will become the enemy of the whole Qingshu College? Shangguan Hong asked again. Of course I know. Why would I be afraid of a group of cowards who don't even dare to resist? Sword Demon laughed mockingly. Brother Sword Demon, your words are a little harsh, but they are true. We came here today to find Ling Xiao. If Qingshu College hands over Ling Xiao, the others will not have to die. Zhuan said faintly, don't expect Dean Zhou Yun and Dean Feng Qingyan to appear. They won't come today. In order to be able to kill Ling Xiao safely, their plan this time was very thorough. Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan were summoned by Feng Ming Wuliang to discuss important matters. Naturally, they did not know what happened today. As for the Moon Lady, the first seat would deal with her. As for Cold Plum and the Butterfly Lady, they would leave them to the first seat. They were more than enough to deal with them. There were no other Yin-Yang Realm Masters in Qingshu College. Therefore, if Ling Xiao could not defeat them, he would definitely die. No one would come to save him. Today, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Hearing such words, the teachers and disciples of the Qingshu Academy already had the feeling of wanting to escape. They could not afford to offend anyone. They knew Ling Xiao's character very well. If they offended and betrayed Ling Xiao, they would definitely die. If they stood up for Ling Xiao today, they would probably die too. They did not know what to do. Shangguan Hong frowned. He knew that today's matter boded ill rather than well. However, his thoughts were different from the others. That day at Ling Yu's villa, the enemy's plan was almost flawless. However, Ling Xiao created a loophole and killed the enemy instead. Today's matter seemed to have no chance of turning the tide. However, as long as they did not give up, there was still hope. After experiencing that epiphany, Shangguan Hong could not say that he was not afraid of death. Of course, he was still afraid of death, but he would never abandon his bottom line as a person because of fear of death, let alone abandon his own martial arts. Otherwise, he would really be crippled and would never be able to rise again. Although he knew that the Sword Demon alone could wipe out the Qingshu Academy without Zhou Yun and Feng Qingyan, he was still worried. Moreover, the other two people's strength was not inferior to Sword Demon at all. If the three of them really wanted to wipe out Qingshu College, they would probably be able to do it today. He, Shangguan Hong, could only try his best to stop them. Whether they could succeed or not depended on fate. At the very least, he did not want to be like before. He did not want to run away or surrender after being defeated. Today, he wanted to live like a warrior. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.